How about now? Alright, music. You're gonna make a pause in the music. Yeah, okay. Huh. Well, that was odd. That was odd indeed. But okay. Whatever. Okay, so I was saying, when you have Vulkan validation on, what it does behind the scenes, it checks that the API you're calling is good and doesn't have any kind of weird errors or potential issues, which may not necessarily break your game immediately, but this is the kind of stuff that will just kind of spew out. Now, the way I do it is enable the break option. That way, the moment one of those errors gets thrown up, it immediately breaks in the debugger. Now, the first error is not an actual error, just some kind of, I don't know, it's reading some kind of config file. Yeah, that's the one that just for the validation itself. I can ignore that. Now, the next three, I know what it is, but I'm too lazy to fix it right now. And it's not an issue as far as I understand, so ignore that. It happened 3 times, and then the next one, this is now an actual issue. It's the point I spent maybe like a couple of weeks fixing all such errors. After that, I finally figured out how to read these messages and understand them a little bit better. This is just a bunch of low-level stuff. This one means the buffer is being read after write. It does tell me which buffer it is. Okay. Pretty sure it's this buffer. And we broke it on this call. Yeah. So as this call was being made, it's complaining that this buffer is about to be read, which previously was written to, but there is no barrier. Yes. So previously, now we're about to read it. Previously it was written to, and there are no barriers to prevent that operation between the two. So what Vulkan wants is a lock. What it calls a barrier in between. Okay. So let's add that and see if it's happy. I really want to move one past this, so I can maybe instead work on a new male hero, so I can work on some fun physical skills ability, punching walls, throwing wall chunks at the robots. Now that would rock. That would rock. But first, gotta earn it. Gotta earn by making the game more stable. Okay. Alright, this music is way too wild. I'm gonna skip something else. This is Call of Duty inspired, but it's a bit too wild. Too wild. No, this is less wild. Okay, so I need to go from write to read. So previously it was written, it was writing to a compute shader, right? Yeah, going from write in a compute shader to a read for transfer. Oh, I need to bring up the Vulkan spec. Give me the full Vulkan spec. It's gonna take 5 minutes to load, but whatever, well, it's done. I need transfer read, yes. And the stage is transfer. Okay. You know what? I'm really tired of worrying about this stuff. So how about this? How about I just disable that completely? The way you do that is by modifying the environment variables, just like that. So now, what the hell's going on? I did have a Visual Studio update earlier today, and now I decided to misbehave. Okay. Now I'm expecting that first one. Yes? Okay, good. So now I'm also gonna ignore this one too. Where's my word for rep? Rep it. Okay. Now the first hit should be the actual problem. Really? Hey, Mrs. What's cracking? If you want to see the pain of dealing with very low-level Vulkan issues, you came to the right place. Hey. Did I really fix everything suddenly? I was getting ready to spend a couple hours into this. I don't believe it. This was the last change I've added, so let's take it out and see if the complaint comes back in. Yes, it does. Okay. Huh, I guess that's all it was. And suddenly we are warning free. Okay, if that's true. I want to do one last check. I'm just gonna take this out again. So make sure I just want to make sure I see those errors, and that's still good otherwise. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm expecting to see. Well, I do like cutting this because it's just annoying, but whatever. Hopefully that will help out the random GPU crashes. Hopefully. Hopefully. Nope. Not even close. Okay. What am I working on? I'm looking to hunt down the elusive GPU crash. Just like the one I just had just now. Very concerning. Ever since I added all the destruction, that has been stressing my system out pretty hard. Sometimes I get a crash in my ray tracing engine. Not sure. I can switch into the non-ray tracing engine. It's too bright. And that will be the last concern. We haven't seen any crashes in this mode. I was also working on optimizing the this low-end render, which is this one. Specifically, I started by reworking the way shadows are done. That's why the only shadow you see right now is of the character. Otherwise, characters. Anything that's skin mesh is a shadow, otherwise you get no shadows. I was in the process of rewriting a lot of that stuff. Because on the low level, what happens is that for every different object, you get a different operation called draw call. And when you have hundreds of these objects flying around at the whole level and exploding. And then you have to pay the cost of calling draw for every little object. Every little debris piece that you see is a separate draw call. And it's starting to become slow. Let me... Now, Vulkan validation is actually pretty slow to run on, so I'm going to turn them off. And let's look at the timings. Alright, so there we go. So right now it takes me 1.5 milliseconds on the CPU just to prepare all the rendering commands for every frame. And when you go to the new area, you can go up to 2 milliseconds, as you can see right there. And that's just too slow. For what now, this is a debug build, so it still runs fine in release mode, but I don't like any sluggishness. Any sluggishness in the game means the game is not going to feel responsive, so the input is going to feel off. No, I can't have that. Now, my render doesn't have performance problems. What it does have is random crashes. And I wish GPU rendering crashes were not such a pain to figure out. Because they just kind of crash and doesn't exactly tell you what crashed. The small tells you like, oh yeah, I think at this point nothing crashed yet, but then sometime after that something crashed. With CPU you have a bunch of debuggers that tells you, hey, this is the you tried to access this variable and it was null pointer, that's why we crashed. Like, okay, fine, I can see it. I know what the problem is. In this case, GPUs are giant pains. And the laptop just kind of run. You can run fine for like a day, there's no problem. And then some days it just hits on and on again. So it must be some kind of either timing issue. So it must be missing something somewhere. Yeah, but here I can see that the CPU cost remains more or less stable even when I go to new areas or explode everything. You know what, let's do it. Laser. Let's go back into stress mode. Just stress the game to its utter limits. Okay, items and skills. Let's make laser do a bazillion damage. Absolute bazillion damage. Okay. So now, let's switch it up. So now I can just explode everything. And suddenly now it'll crash. I just don't know what it is. The only information I get here is tells me that this submission was finished and this next thing is not. Even this stack doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it doesn't particularly tell me. There's base effect that says it's a page fault. My guess is when I'm doing my ray trace calculation, I'm accessing different buffers for each object on the scene. I'm guessing at some point some buffer is not there. You know what? Previously when this was a problem, I think this was limited to to skinned meshes. So how about this? How about you disable all the robots from spawning altogether? And let's see if the issue's still there or not. Yeah, okay, so now it's gonna be a peaceful... Ooh. So it's not. So it wasn't a robot. Robot stuff was not the problem. Have I worked on Xbox 360? Kind of. I've made some builds for Xbox 360, wrote a little bit of code on it, did some testing on it, but not more like on a game engine, like getting a game a little sample to run on Xbox 360. I did some game dev on PlayStation 4 using Unreal. Oh, that was a pain. Because at that time, anytime you make any kind of change, you had to wait for like 30 minutes at that time to get it to see if your change actually works or not. Like it took a long time to redeploy the game. GPU virtual address. This is the address I was looking for. I wonder if I can just print out all the addresses that I prepare for it. That way maybe I can guess based on the value, closest value, to see what this value could be. Oh yeah, XNA. Is XNA still around? Because I remember hearing in the news a few years ago that the Microsoft was shutting down XNA. The cute little C# framework. I think they were initially intending it to give it to indies to make the games for Xbox. Yeah, consoles are kind of fun to work with because consoles you have a static environment, so if you know you can make it work on the console in front of you, it will work pretty much anywhere else. Whereas right now I'm working on a Beastie PC machine, and if it runs well here, you know, it could still be very slow on a regular machine, or just break or crash in some weird way. So it's a bit tricky. We were writing something to here, to this memory. So this is GPU address, right? Yeah. Let me think. I want to print out all the values of all the GPU addresses I have when that crash happens. I think that would be useful, for sure. C161. Yeah, so this is when CPU crashes. I'm writing out the crash, yes, but I also want to print out all the GPU memory addresses that I have. You need to make something with XDK, but it's complicated. XDK? This is like an Xbox development kit, I'm guessing. Yeah, consoles do require some patience to get going into it. Because it's behind NDA. You don't have a free YouTube tutorial. You know how to work with console kits from scratch. So that one requires you to figure out more or less on your own. They do have internal forums you can talk to, but primarily most of the time it's useful to be work for a big company, and then you get a dedicated contact just for you from the company, either Sony, Microsoft, or Nintendo to work with. In fact, I think Nintendo might be easier to work with, because here they're slightly more open and easier to develop for. Alright, let's go to GPU allocator and see if I can make a function that would just go through and just print me everything. Here's a buffer. How about this? Before I print everything, let's first fire up the my GPU debugger. This is a memory view. And I want to add so this is where you can view everything. Have to be buffers, right? Yes. So I need to add GPU address into here as well. This is a buffer. Let's see. I'm gonna add a new one. Here, bind the memory to the buffer. Do I have the address here? XDK. Okay, I'm curious now. Let's take a look at XDK. Yeah, I've definitely installed it. It's like some gigabyte plus installation of an XDK. Interesting. I don't think I want to publish my game on console for a long time to come, just because it's a lot of work. It's just so much work. And it's hard to tell if it's really worth it financially, because with Steam I have plenty of tools to tell me if it will, how much money a game can be expected to make. But this one, it's a bit different. I'm curious, maybe Xbox has become just a lot more open than what they're ever used to. This one like has PC sample and stuff. Of course, use DirectX 3D, so I would have to add myself another renderer that uses that. Right, as of right now, I'm using Vulkan. I did start using DirectX in the very beginning, but then I switched away to Vulkan. Although I think DirectX 12 wouldn't be such a big deal now. Now I know a lot more about graphics and engineering. That's cute. Think about that. Oh, we have GitHub just for samples. That's cute. That's cute. Yeah, this will have to be a later one. I guess for 60 hours, yeah. That one is definitely walk more like down. Oh, whatever. For what it's worth, I'm playing my game and testing it with the Xbox controller. Let's plug it into PC. Because that's the most popular controller on PC. Now, I want to know the buffer address. GPU buffer address. Let's do a little refresher. This is a buffer being mapped to. Yeah. I'm saving the offset, but I'm not saving the memory itself. But maybe I don't need to, maybe some of these do provide memory. I guess the easiest would be just to add memory in here. Yeah. Bro. Okay. Okay. So now just need to draw. Let's do it right here. my guess is it's basically gonna be a UN64. Right? What you got for me, Mr. Vulkan? Defines us as a pointer, right? Yeah, I believe so. Let's see. Let's see if I can now tell. Oh, well, is the XDK leaked from Microsoft? Yeah, what a mess. Of some random. Leaked stuff. That's a good way to get some viruses in your machine from the Russians. Well, let's see. So I do have a memory thing now. I think though I want to print it in hex to be more useful. Is it just X? I don't remember. I mean, this is all very small X. Very small address. Compared to this one being way bigger. Let's look at some random one like here. And then offset in the chunk. Oh, offset. I guess it means I have to add the offset into it, right? See, all these addresses look very, very different. Let's look how it looks in the how do actual memory look like? How does actual memory looks like? Let's take a look at GPU debugger. Okay. Let's go to some kind of operation. So here's the 3D world for ray tracing. Let's say I'm looking at some random buffer like here. What kind of address does it have? Address. Yeah. This is close in range to what I'm expecting. Am I building just the engine? No, I'm not building the whole game. I don't build any engine at all. I just build just the bare minimum I need to get my game going. Yeah, here's my whole view of the buffers I create in the game, as I call them. Offsets and all that, that's fine. So all these pointers look radically different. Just radically different from whatever Crash was talking about. Because Crash had this odd value. I wonder if I should, Hey Wyoming, what's cracking? Oh, I could be a little tilted to find closest buffer to that address, but that would be a pain. Actually, I'm curious, if I'm opening a different Crash stack, it's the same address. It's the same address every time. Every time it crashes... Well, there's a little bit of a difference actually. But it's all in the same range. But even so... all that is so big. Let's just open up some random little... Let's see. Maybe headed me... Maybe the crash happens now. Oh, it reminds me. I wanted to look if maybe Aftermath has like markers or something. Because I'm using this as decay to tell me, to help me with the crashes, get some information out of that. We'll just look at the header file for all that stuff. Maybe something interesting will appear there. Aftermath debugger. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Because if I can sprinkle some points throughout the frame, it at least will tell me in what area of the frame that problem is occurring. Wait, I can test that idea before I dive too deep. What I can do is disable all the skin meshes. Yeah. So what happens if I just disable this part? Will it work? Okay, yeah. So now there are no skin meshes. Now the other render still shows it, but this one doesn't. Alright, so let's see. So now there are no robots drawn. They're still there, they're just not drawn. And I want to see, will I get a crash? Actually, you know what? I could put the mouse where the character is at. That's why I know where I'm approximately at. So I'm gonna run for 2 more quarters, 2 more blocks. If I don't get a crash, and I'm gonna bring it all back. And now we see what's... Oh, this is the beauty of having your own technology and knowing everything up and down. You can just put one little character in one spot and be like, that thing is disabled, and boom. So it has to do with skin meshes. It has to do with skin meshes, okay. Well, let's think about it. Let's do it again where I have everything hidden. Run around like a maniac. My best guess as to what the problem is. I'm doing a lot of fancy magic to draw skinned animated meshes for ray tracing. And something there, I'm probably not reading a buffer appropriately for drawing. A7. Figgle. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ooh, it still crashed, even with skin mesh off. Is this a different crash? Will it be a different crash, or will it be something different? This is the latest crash. Well, the crash is still in the same spot. Maybe it's GPU particles. Maybe it's not the robots. So it's not the skin meshes to blame. So let's blame particles. Let's just blame all the particles. So now you're not gonna see any particles at all. It just action at the distance. Now there's not a particle, just a mesh flying out. Come on, give me a crash or don't. This really makes me want to build out a proper testing level for both measuring performance once the game is out, but also so I can do this without me like doing all the movements. Just have the character run around, just destroy everything left and right, and see if I can get things to crash. And then I could even run this overnight. Because otherwise I might ship a game that runs well for like 30 minutes, because it's all I test in my development time. But when somebody plays a game for like an hour, then it's almost always crashes 1 hour in. And that would be bad. But if I have a test level that does this 24/7, whole night through, then I have much better confidence that everything's working well. This is surprisingly not crashing. So maybe it's the particles. But I don't understand why the particles would be causing. Because sometimes it crashes when there are literally no particles of any kind. Okay, how about this? I'll bring back GPU-based particles. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to crash. Yes. Okay.
She's got a taste of wanderlust, she's wanting more. She makes her way through foreign lands across the shores. She's getting high when she's afraid to face the low.
And somewhere it makes sense that this would be crashing.
Lays her head down when she lands in Tokyo.
There's a bunch of things involved with GPU particles. I'm working like 2 different buffers. There's like multiple shares being called. Maybe somehow they're missing a proper preparation of the buffers. I need to walk through that step carefully one time. Alright, let's do it one time. Bring it back again. GPU particles, let's go. Let's go. Well, at least I know which part is complaining now. And it's so consistent, like wow. Just so consistent. But is it actually drawing anything? Perhaps the Mole is running this. Yeah, Mo is running this even if there is no particles. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. So I know what it is then. It's the GPU particles that are crashing the game. Okay. It's time to do a low-level Vulkan graphics API walkthrough. Okay. Let's do super low-level walkthrough. Now I have just about no abstractions level on top of Vulkan, so you will see a lot of VK calls. All these are Vulkan calls. I'm gonna switch music. Sounds like a bunch of whiny music in the background. Okay. So it's time to play the game of Rubber Duck, talking to Rubber Duck. I just need to see what am I doing wrong with the buffers. So like ignore this part. That's not important. So first, I'll spawn any new particles right here. Okay. Can I ignore this portion? Okay. Now, I'll write out all the new spawners into the buffer. And then I need to upload it into GPU. And this is the GPU buffer. We're about to come from reading into it to writing. Maybe also add a writing here. I don't know. Don't know. Doesn't sound like it. So this one is going to copy. Go from stage buffer into the buffer, yes. That seems fine. And then after that it will be red in the compute buffer, in the compute shader. So we're going from writing to transfer rate, going to compute shader will be red. Okay. Right, and the particle buffer. This is actual data of the particles, such as speed, position, color, and so on. So that will be modified based on spawners and just simulation in general. So we're gonna write into it. Good. Okay. And then from there it will be written by simulation shader. Because spawner shader just spawns new particles. And simulation will actually move particles around, change colors, change the size, and so on. Change velocity. I'm gonna move this here. Instead of having memory buffer barrier. Now simulation shader. I believe it only has one input and one output. Where are my shaders at? Simulation. It just has the particle buffer. It doesn't have anything else. It just calculates velocity, positions, scale. What did I do? Color. Is there a color somewhere here? I thought I'd do color gradients. Starting color, ending color. Okay, and where the hell is that used? It's not here. It is used when I'm generating, adding a new one. Oh, I compute color in the generation in the last step. Yeah. But anyway, so simulation just one buffer in and out, okay. And that would be this buffer. So let's be specific, placing that. So after that, after the simulation, you can read this buffer. And write out a mesh. So that looks totally reasonable. Now, last step to check. This is where I'm building ray trace structure for the particles. You know, it's been an hour. I'm gonna post an update to X that I'm live. It's time to get a shared link. So before we're gonna use this buffer, particle mesh buffer for ray tracing, it's gonna be red during the build time. Hey Beanie, what's up? Today is a low-level Vulkan day. As low level as it gets. I want to find out what is crashing. So at this point I'm pretty sure what's crashing is the GPU particles or ray tracing. I don't know why. I just don't know why. I'm placing these buffers here for them, so it looks good. It looks completely reasonable. Now the one thing I think of doing is that I'm pretty sure I have a separate command buffer to create GPU particles. Is that true? Maybe it's not true. Let's see. No, it's not. Particles are running on the main thread. I think my skinned meshes are still on a separate command buffer. I might want to merge that at some point. But it could be another couple of hours of low-level Vulkan coding. I mean, you might have to do that if I keep seeing the crashes. But so far I was able to do kind of A/B testing where if I turn off GPU particles, no crashing. GPU particles on, crashes almost right away. I mean, it looks right based on what I'm seeing here. Let's see, what changes have I made? Okay. Nothing too exciting. I did add a new chunk of code here, I believe. Let's see. No, still hates me. Crash detected. CPU crashes. It's the same value every time. thing is, when I'm looking at my GPU memory view, I just don't see anything in that range. What years is this? Is that 50? And then 5 more, geez, 10 characters. And this is hex. This is only 8 characters. Okay, where's my ray tracing structures? I mean, all of them look like just tiny. Now I could do this. This buffer address right here. Let's take a look at the values here. I'm just so curious. Let's see. Let's see how this looks in hex. Switching to hex mode. Now that is more like it. Or maybe that buffer value I was looking at actually wrong. Maybe I actually need to call get buffer device address. Perhaps. Okay. Drawing GUI. Yeah. Let us see. I want to see this GPU address right now. Right at the front door now. Wait, I don't have the actual buffer here. But I really want to have the actual buffer. I want to have the actual... Oh, buffers... Here's the buffer. Params buffer, yes. Alright, so let's extend. Sort of saving the stupid memory thing. Okay. I want the actual buffer here. Oh no, don't make any changes. Before you can have pretty stuff, you need to pay some time tax for Vulkan. At least I do. Okay. So that would print the address. Just need to get a device. Looks fine. This should give me back the address. Now let's look at these addresses. I need to find something close to this. Well, this is the hard way of doing it. None of these really look close. Address. None of these even close to the range. And yet. Hey Beanie, what's cracking? What's new in your world? Building a website, huh? So I actually have a website, except I didn't use anything fancy to make it at all. It's I just used like a GoDaddy built-in template for websites, and that's it. Which is like super simplified versions of WordPress is my guesses. But I don't really need much for my things. I really need to make a new video showing all the destructible environments now. Once I fix this annoying crash. In the future I'll update this website with more interesting things. The thing is, doesn't it, sometimes it tells me the crashes in the shader. In this case it's not a shader. My guess has to do while building ray traced world. Yeah. If web dev interests you, then for sure. In my case, I have plenty of things to do in the game from scratch. So for websites, just do for looking for simple solutions. At least when you create the page, you get quick feedback to what you're working on. And there's less patience required compared to working with Vulkan thing. I need to think what other information can I get here. Yeah, web development is hell. Hell on wheels. The best I heard for web development is at least use TypeScript. So at least that might help you with some type safety. It always in the load. So it tells me this finished. Which is uploading what? Instant subject data. Is crash consistent? Kind of. So long as I have GPU particles on, the crash is fairly consistent most of the time. Sometimes I can finagle things into working for like a day, and then it's back on to being consistent. It's better now where I would like to drop everything and fix it. From GPUs, it doesn't particularly tell me like what actually crashed. Like, yeah, I get the GPU virtual address is that. Oh, this is a different address this time. So maybe printing out all the buffers that I have. Let's do this. Even if it doesn't do anything, it might be useful. Just as a try to do some kind of action. What I want is print all buffers sorted by memory. Well, I do wonder, when GPU crashes, can I still call get buffer address? I guess we'll see, won't we? I guess I shall see. I just want to see what's the closest to that value. Specific is to GPU? No, I don't think so. Because when I turn off my GPU particles, it's fine. I mean, obviously there's always a slight chance that there'll be some kind of weird driver bugs or whatever else. So sure, things like that are possible. But they're pretty rare. They're pretty rare. Let's see. I think I have the latest driver anyway. Yeah. But the chances, the times when it's actually driver code or versus your problem, it's pretty rare. Pretty rare. Okay, right here. At this point, do I have access to... I mean, I'm sure it's my fault somehow. I'm just gonna figure out how. What am I doing wrong? So let's see. Once we get to here. Oh, is this a static method? Oh, it is. Of course it is. So... There you go. For a long chain, I can finally get to here. Okay. I just checked that I can get here. Can get there happily. Then here comes a crash. Now what I have noticed is that once it crashes once, it just stays in there. It doesn't. It will always crash there, which is great. Consistent crashes are the best. Alright. So another way here. Let's go through. And print the whole of buffer world. Okay. Okay, finally I have a buffer. So first naive approach. Please let me have all the addresses after the crash detected. Hopefully it will fly. Yeah, I do need some photographs. Let's sort the bad boys. It's probably going to be too big for the stack. So let's drop it here. So I do want to collect all the Pokemons first. Gotta catch them all. Okay. Sort by address. Now my sorting is using quick sort underneath, which is just pure C API. Pure C API. Okay. Okay, believe that should sort it. And now I can just print everything out and let it rip. First, just let's print it to the console. It's gonna be a lot of buffers. Assuming this works at all. Oh, I do need to fix one little thing here. Okay. Let it rip. So this was painfully slow. But hopefully this will print something. Did it print anything? Oh, it sure did. Oh, yes. Printed the whole world. Yeah, it's big enough, but it needs to go into a file. For sure. For sure needs to go into a file. But if we do that, address needs to be X. Let's go crashing time. Oh, that's funny, but that's fine. At this point, I already wrote the file out, so we are good to stop. We are good to stop. Now let's see. Moment of truth. I have the address. I have lists of addressees. Let's see if any of the numbers make any sense at all. 1C. There is anything that's 1C. Is this even the same number? No, it's only 8 digits. It's 10. Even this is only 8. None of these are in range. Whatever it's accessing, it's not one of my buffers. As nice as all this was. So I don't know what the address is. The only thing I have to go by is the stack that it tells me. It tells me that this queue was last finished. And this one hasn't been started yet. I don't understand the stack. This stack, I would expect it to be like the end of the queue. But this is not the end of the queue. This is like middle of the queue. Now I have another little trick I could try. I could try this one little trick. But before that, I'm gonna save the current changes. Have a repro on the GPU crash. Something to do with GPU particles. Okay, okay. Now, just so I'm not crazy, I'm gonna show again that when I turn off GPU particles like this, so now particles will be off, and the crash will magically disappear. Although this one time it crashed on it as well, but it's pretty rare. Because without that, it rarely crashes. So maybe there's more one crash, but at least that one does not repro anymore. Because you go here, usually it would crash already, but not this time. So I'm gonna try. But then you bring back GPU particles. And suddenly, maybe it doesn't like it when there are no particles, then you give it an empty mesh to work with. That's what it is. What if there are no particles at all? That's why it's crashing. Like, let's say before I go there, I'll like, already. What? Why didn't I see any particles? I have them enabled. Oh, this one is CPU particles. Because I do have two types of particles, GPU and CPU. CPUs right now is used for the laser. So I'm curious, if I create a bunch of particles and then I go, no, it will still crash. It will still crash. But here it's fine. So maybe it's not GPU particles, maybe it's CPU. Let's do that. Let's see, I should be able to see... Yeah, GPU particles are back. That was fine. Maybe it's CPU particles after all now? No. Okay, I'm curious though. Don't I do... So I don't do if there's any size to it. Maybe I should do zero size something, but why does it occur only on that level transfer? Compute particle blast. Actually curious. But at this point there should be no particles. So here I get the size of the required buffer. Out build sizes, yes. No, it is asking for a hefty size. For a hefty size. Let's take a look at the buffer values for that thing. Oh, let's whip it out. Okay, I need dispatch. Yeah, particles generate. Yeah, so generate is what creates the new output. Yeah, create vertices and indices, so those particles. I'm specifically curious about the values. Yeah, so all that looks completely reasonable for that. And vertices, they better be all zeros. Just zeros across the board. So this is where kind of default state, no active, nothing active. Seems fine, but only crashes on transition. The weird thing is, like if I go here, disable ray tracing, transfer to the new world, enable ray tracing. Wow. He hates it right away. Just right away hates it. Alright. Let's look deeper here. This is where I build all the ray tracing world. And again, if I disable GPU particles, everything's fine. And I can have fun of all destruction. The only thing it's missing is be able to destroy the ground as well. But she doesn't have any ground attacks. Don't want to turn it on. So let's see what I do here. Just double check this. This loads. I think the only thing I reference is the particle mesh out of this. Although I'm curious about something. I don't know if I do that or not, because here's when I build the structure for that particle mesh, right? And this will point to this dude. No, maybe I'd... Let's ask a question to ChatGPT, because it's such a big friend. Such a big friend. Oh no, I'm using AI, the forbidden technology. The forbidden technology. Does it require barrier for acceleration structure? And not explicitly required before after command and check operations. Yeah, do the one. But do have a barrier past this. Like right here. But I create a new structure every time. I do have a memory barrier here actually. So that looks right. Oh, the mystery, the mystery. Here I'm waiting for all the transfers to finish. All the writes to finish. I mean, it looks perfect. Just looks perfect. Just looks perfect. Might need to introduce GPU markers. Those debug markers where you can place into the command buffer to see between which markers the crash occurs. Right? I don't think I have any right now. But it would be good to have it for sure. Right, just enable extension. Bug markers. Now here's a marker. Insert the marker. And then supposedly you'll see markers there. Let's see, Vulkan debug marker in outside. Well, I'm curious. Maybe this new inside graphics has come with an interesting, come with a way to test the crash. That didn't crash. Try again. Dude. Classic case where attaching a debugger makes the program work. That is such an annoyance. And yet, I'm sure it will crash right away here. Yeah, it already crashed. Oh, it says the buffer is no longer valid. It's all fine. One save 3. At least these addresses are a little closer to that meaning. So if I could just copy this whole thing. Copy text. Bro, how do I do that? Select all text. Control Shift A, Control C. Okay. Now, is there anything such a value? No. The closest one being this. This is the closest kind of, but even this address is just way, way different. It's an image anyway. Oh, this is just a memory write. Doesn't have to be a buffer, could be an image, I suppose. But the image makes no sense. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need a little flag to indicate to grab the right matter. I think I'm better off. Yeah, I need to do the markers. I need to do the markers. Just have to do the markers. Let me see. What do I call actually here? Let's see. He called. Marker insert, which is actually this one, marker insert. Maybe it's like the old name that he was using. That just looks like an old name. So the context is the following. Something broke. I don't know what. Now, it says of graphics. And there's something the GPU doesn't like. Now I know what I'm doing, but I don't know which one of the things I'm doing that is wrong. And GPU doesn't help me by telling me, oh, here's the last command that was good, here's a new command that did not, that failed. It doesn't do that. So, because GPU is this black box, what I'm going to do is use this little extension for Vulkan. Has comes various tools for debugging. Especially use debugging tools, yes, it's for debugging. Now specifically what it allows me to do is insert little tags in my graphics code. And using those tags I'll be able to see later on, like after the crash, what was the last recorded tag, and then I will know that whatever crashed was after that tag into the next tag that I know about. And that will narrow down to where the crash happens. What particular command is hating my guts. Okay. So in this particular case, it's just simple. I'm just inserting a tag. Because usually when you just, for example, here's a way to capture my game in the graphics debugger, right? If you pause it, at this point, the debugger captured all the commands that my program does. So there's about 200 different commands that I execute during my frame, okay? Now what I would love to see is that when a crash happens, they should tell me like, hey, this thing was the last successful command, and then after that something crashed. Unfortunately, I don't have that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna insert a bunch of little fake lines once in a while, and then when the crash happens, hopefully I can ask it, what was the last marker that passed and did not crash? And using that, then I can narrow down markers until it can narrow down which freaking command is crashing. Because at low level, all commands are simple. It's like copy buffers, draw an object. Okay, do more copying, draw another object. It's just straightforward. Well, look, execute the shader, like this dispatch does. At a very, very low level, it's nothing complicated. So yeah, that's why markers exist. And that's why people came up with that idea. I just need to figure out which of these labels I gotta use. So let's read some manual pages. Inserts a label into a command buffer. So that certainly sounds fine. Let's ask it a question. If I'm viewing a crash dump inside graphics, can I see the last debug marker of Vulkan? There's gonna be a bunch of lies. This sounds like something AI will lie on. That's a bunch of nonsense. Because here's the last crash, right? This is the dump stuff it has. Crash. Like, I don't see where the markers would be. Let's ask the same question to... Because I know I can see the markers in the capture of a frame, but that doesn't really work. When things crash. Alright, yeah, I'm using Aftermath, fine. Inspector. Is there a marker here? If you want to collect additional information via event markers, you can actually investigate. Oh, maybe this guy has its own way to add markers? Oh, is this the extension I need? Checkpoints. To insert markers in command stream associated with custom data. If crash occurs, You can query for the last markers. Uh-huh. So this is NVIDIA specific extension. Okay, now see, now that makes more sense. Yeah, set checkpoint. But what do I use to query the last one? If there's an error, we can call this on the most recent reach points. Okay. And this is what? What does that tell us? I don't care about stage one. Contains the value of the last checkpoint marker executed. So this will tell me the last marker that ran. But what the hell is that void pointer? What the hell is a void pointer? So for an example. Give me a good example. Wow. Nothing, huh? Okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's what exactly I'm looking for. A bunch of checkpoint. Yeah. That's cool. Blah blah blah. I don't care what fun do about any of this crap. Blah blah blah. Bro, I want to see how to actually use the thing though. Oh, what is this? A little GitHub. Son of a front door. No. Can I just search for it anywhere? Let's see. Because somebody had to do something. Alright, what does this do? That's not helpful. Oh, look, that nasty Rust. I don't want to look at Rust. How about this? But how do I use the data? Like, what is that? Like, what is this marker? It's a point of the marker. Okay. When you set the marker, using opaque application provided values. Oh. So just give it something random. And then it gives me back something random. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. I think that gives me enough information. So set a bunch of checkpoints by assigning random ass pointers into it. Sure. Sure. Hello, I'm curious. What do people usually... Hardcore debugging. Yeah. What did it actually pass? Nothing. Excellent. Give me an example. Man, it's a whole bunch of wrappers. I want the actual... something doing the actual work. No. Of course not. it's not gonna do a single thing here. You have to just learn, figure out by yourself. Alright, fine. Fine. But by I told you this crap. So it's basically UN64 for me. And I'm guessing it's from the back. And also looks seems very easy, to be honest. Sounds brain dead easy. Okay. Extremely easy. So, first things first, I'm a craftsman. As Weird Al says. I would love to play that song, but it's copyright. That's copyright. Okay, so I need this. So let's see if I have it. Might have crashed. Let's take a look. Do I have access to that? Let's go render. Checkpoint. Hell yeah, I have a checkpoint. Of course we do. I'm an NVIDIA graphics card. I'm assuming AMD has its own checkpoint as well. So this have to be an optional feature that's only for NVIDIA. Check, check, check. Okay. It's time to bring it into action. Okay. Time to see more low-level stuffs. Where should I add it? So I know that's the thing. Well, who knows what will happen. I'm assuming if I'm doing something that wrong, depending what it will be, it will crash anywhere. I don't think it's specific. Oh, I would need a video card, AMD video card with ray tracing. At some point I'll need to look into what's the cheapest AMD card that supports hardware ray tracing. And then I can swap it on my machine and one day test it on AMD. That'd be cool. Cool. It's a device diagnostic, okay. The thing is, I don't want it to be required. I want it to be just gonna, if it's there or not. Which means I will need to do it the way I implemented this thing. So let's duplicate this effort. Just so they can handle running on AMD cards. Because I think this might be the first NVIDIA specific plugin, aside from Aftermath, I guess. So let's see, after Mr. Aftermath, where do I have my, oh, select that, yeah. No, we should be above, just about all top level AMD cards support ray tracing. Usually whatever ends of XT, I think means ray tracing. You know, maybe AI will be useful for that. What is the cheapest AMD video card? Supports ray tracing. Gimme it. RX ray tracing, I'm guessing. Yeah, XT. Called it. Called it. Blah blah blah. What kind of prices are we looking at here? It looks like 160 by, oh, yeah, it looks like $200. I mean, yeah, that's pretty simple right there. Easy as hell. Let me do this. And I'll yeah, there you go. It's pretty cheap. Right. And I'm assuming will it say that it supports ray tracing? You know what? I want to look it up somewhere else. Yeah, it has ray tracing. Yeah, but we'll apparently barely run it. Barely. Only barely, yeah. Okay, that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. Now, I do have a laptop of 2070 RTX. And so far I ran without any problems there. 60 frames. We shall see. Anyway, so here's time for a new extension. Let's call it debug checkpoint extension. Okay. You know what? Let's make a new folder. Extensions. Boink, boink. Yeah. The thing is, though, I do have a special rendering mode which does not need ray tracing at all. And my game should be defaulting to that if nothing else works. Like, I actually have a piece of code that actually checks, which actually goes when my game launches. It actually looks for all the GPUs you have available, and it tries to find one that supports ray tracing. If it does, it grabs that. If not, it will start VOD ray tracing with a toggle to force it to use an integrated GPU if it finds it. And those do not have ray tracing. And so far they've been running okay. Okay. Integrate a new filter. Oh, I already have that. Cool. It's time to write some code. Oh, you have extensions right here. Let's see. Yeah. So now I need to do same thing this boy doing. Okay. So let's see if we get into this part. Yep, it found it. Good. So now we know it's on. And so with that, I can build a little Qt API. I guess I can leave it all in here, right? Or no? Yeah, it's in the core. So I could. Well, before doing that, let's just do some experiments. Let's just first insert a little sum. For example, when tracing is on, let's insert, like here I have like stamp for graphical timings. Right? Yeah. So now I know it's Gucci. Let's call this bad boy. Command buffer. Lead number. How do I pass this? Just force it. Seems good to me. Seems good to me. Well, I'm curious, how do I associate? I guess I don't. So I'll need my own list of pointers to keep track of. So in that case, maybe I should use this. Search checkpoint. Just give it a name. Get last checkpoint. I don't know if I want to build that much of an interface here. All it is set this guy, and I just need to refer this number to a string of some kind, just a name. I wonder if I can just give it a string. Just like give it a string straight up, will it care? I don't know. It might. It might. Let's say 20 checkpoints. Well, I guess I can just do it there. And the last one seems like a decent way to do it. Oh yeah, I do need to give it a buffer, a command buffer. And now can move this here. Take out this jack here. The thing is, though, it'll be inserted every frame. So it's something I want to build once, first frame, and then just go for that. Maybe instead of a name like here, maybe I would just do like hardcore. Okay. And what this will allow me to do just that. Does this work? Can I just probably I don't remember if that works with C++, hopefully. So I don't want to build out the whole thing just yet, that would be just too much effort. But I just want to it seems like I could just give it that, right? And then this one, where are you at? Q checkpoint. Oh, this one needs a Q. Okay. That it will need this. Okay. That makes sense. Checkpoint data count. Does that mean I'm just giving it a buffer? Ah, first you ask it to tell you how many numbers it wants. Is null. Number checkpoint mark is available returned into that. Okay. Okay. And then we call it again. Okay. Let's see if this works. Supposedly. If this is to be believed, this thing supposedly will be the string. Let's do a test here. All right. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay. Sure. Okay. So now I'm in source during this. Kinda hard. So now the aftermath. The Mr. Raptor. I don't know if I have access to the queue though. That's the only thing about it. Q, huh? Probably need this boy. I would guess, yeah. So we need this. How the hell do I get access to this graphics queue? For now, I'm just gonna move it. Hopefully it's not too... I'm hiding in this private here. Yeah. One of a few interfaces I have. Okay. Alright, let's let it rip. Let's see how many wrong things is gonna go into. No, it definitely doesn't like that. How about that? How about them apples? Oh, compiles. Surprising. Mucho surprised. Alright. It's time to do some breakpoints. Right, so one is one of those. So it's some value for sure. Why not? Okay. What? Why didn't you crash? I promised to crash. Son of a... Yeah, that's what happens when I rebuild too many things. Things begin to work again. Again. Let's try it again. Son of a flex, indeed. In this case, son of a Vulkan. Ooh, we got a crash. Hell yeah. Time to see if this stuff works. We'll get a 2. We'll get 2 checkpoints right here. Got 2 checkpoints right here. Okay, we got this crap. Looks like it worked. Looks like we have a success story. So I certainly got it. Excellent. Hell yeah. Okay. So that's pretty slick. Just give it back the string. When things go really bad, you are happy to see a crash. Okay. Last checkpoint is... Now the cool thing of this... Next checkpoint is... I'll need that information in a moment. Now that I have this... I don't even need debugger anymore. The inside thing. I can just place more checkpoints. Until we narrow it down hard. Okay. I don't even need to print none of this nonsense. Just want to know the last checkpoint. Okay. Okay. In fact... Yeah, instead of saying GPU crashed, I will actually no checkpoints were used. And here okay. There we go. Now I get my last checkpoint right here. Right here. And I can just ignore it. Ooh. Let's crack that little thing. Oh, I see what it wants. Whatever. Oh, it didn't copy. It didn't copy. I don't know about stage or any of that stuff. Oh, this one's null pointer. I don't know. Does it matter? Can I just set it to some bogus thing? Just to get Vulkan validation off my behind. Yeah. So now we're good. Alright. So now that I have this, I might think about how to make this a little less painful. Because right now I have to modify both this and the strings. Which is fine for now, but whatever. So let's see, what's the next thing I want to place at? Build command buffer, alright. So we have this. Oh. Didn't like that. Search checkpoint. Just to help it ease a little bit. Let's put it outside. Okay. So after that, let's... instead of doing all this post stuff, I'll just call this pre-compute particles, pre-ray tracing. I'm pretty sure whatever I do is going to be right in between these. Pretty sure. Okay. My guess is it doesn't get the ray tracing. Should probably just rename the stream for now to Vulkan Debugging. Yeah. Oh no, I got the ray tracing. A surprise. Let me just modify picture. Even YouTube thing just say just debugging. Vulkan Debugging. Go. Unwittingly, this has become that. Okay then. This is already getting new information I haven't seen before. So let's see. Then the next one is pre-bloom. 1, 2. Pre-linear to SRGP. Yes. And then after that we have Guess that should be enough. Now maybe I can create like a function that gives that string from where it calls and assembles it dynamically, but then I have to check if it's already been added or not. Maybe. If I get too annoyed, run out of patience to do that, I'll do it. But until for now. This does it. Pre-ray tracing. Okay. So now I know it failed ray tracing, which totally makes sense. You know what? I need to rework this whole API now. I am getting too lazy already. Let's just do marker name, okay? I just need to find a quick, easy way to only do this once, and then never again. Multiple times, I don't think it's gonna make a difference. Just based on my knowledge of what's going on. All the complexity of ray tracing is a ray tracing pass. Things after that are very common to the other rendering that are brain dead simple. So also the dump, the crash stack had a stack and ray tracing pass. It wasn't anywhere after that. So no, statistics are useless. Just because running 20 times is not gonna make me any more certain versus just once. Not when you take the whole knowledge into account. But in general, philosophically, I freaking hate statistics. Hate them. Just because they used as a substitute to knowledge. Because when you know a lot about a system, then sure. Now if I didn't write any of this, then yeah, maybe writing a few more times will be fine. But in this case, I know too much. I know the things after ray tracing pass are just brain dead simple. So, I want to be able to insert checkpoint, give it a string, but only actually do it once. Because in general, what I want to do you just have this, right? Does it return a pointer? It kinda does. Just that I can certainly loop through the checkpoints to see if a name like that already exists, and it'll probably be fast enough. Unless the save comes kind of flag that indicates to lock it in, not do it anymore. Well, the thing is, checkpoints could change over time. Like different frame might have different checkpoints because different features are enabled. You might go back from ray tracing, non-ray tracing. So really, No, if I reset checkpoints all the time, then I'm gonna get a bad value every time things crash. So they do need to be stable. For sure. How about this? Still to this. I'll just make it a little easier for me to remember update it correctly, okay? I'll just do that. And then here. Still count. Okay. It's kind of like if you go to the doctor and they'd be like, you know, let's do the same test 20 times. Like, I know the first test got a result, but let's just do it 20 times, 20 more blood tests. Just do the same thing 20 more times. Wait. Checkpoint. I can use a macro for the rescue to help things just a little easier. If I remember right, that would do it. We'll see. Is it one? Yeah. So selfish comes from my philosophy, which is philosophy of Ayn Rand, that's subjectivism. And so one of the biggest points of that is, let me see. Yeah. So her one philosophy is specific of the fact that selfishness is a virtue. And she goes in go into Y and so on. So that's the reason. And so that's why my informal name for the studio is Selfish Games. That's why. That is why. So I think this should be good now. Right? Yeah. But I think it might be time for steak. I need like a pound of steak right now. I can feel the hunger coming. But I want to narrow down to hopefully just like one command that does a problem. So right, so this thing is still working. So now I'm going to dig in deeper. Yeah. All right. So I know the problem is in ray tracing. Okay. Fine. Let's see. Just divide it like in half. The fastest way to discover where the problem is to do it in halves. So first of all, let's see, is the problem coming from building or ray tracing? Wait, was build command buffer? Or is just there? I don't know. No, whatever. Okay, this is pre. So let's see, a bunch of upload crap. I don't care about that. Yeah, alright. Take care, Benny. I'll start cooking soon enough. Oh, luckily cooking steak is not a big deal. I can kind of jump in and out. It's not like preparing some salad. We have to cut a bunch of things. Just slap it on the pan, flip it 5 minutes later, 5 more minutes, let it stand, munch it down. Easiest thing. Excel build. Okay. And then let's do that. Ooh, that's not where it should go. Two big tangerines. Yeah, I don't eat no fruits. I don't eat no fruits. Hell no. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Does it crash while building the virtual world or while tracing arrays? That is a question I'm about to get an answer to. So it happens during the build. Oh yeah, fruits are delicious, no problem. Just like drugs. They're delicious little drugs. They're unfortunately not good for humans. Unfortunately, anytime you eat fruits, you spike your sugar. Anytime you spike the sugar, you spike your insulin. Over the decades, damn insulins do some damage. Now they're tasty for sure. Once in a while, it's fine. Well, personally, I would probably go for maybe watermelon. All right, so now I know. I know the problem is while building. Okay. Fine. Let's dig into the build and see what's up. So I can place this. One here. Okay. And just to get more data, I'm gonna place some in this compute particle thingy. Pre-compute particle, bottom level acceleration structure. Yes. Let's see. Let us see what's going on. Pre-built LAS. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I might be down to just one call. I think that is it. But whatever happens. Let's see. I could literally just like surround it. Literally surround it. Call it actual. Okay. And post actual. Yep. I have it. So the final crash is on this one. It's a top level ray tracing world build. That's the one that crashes. Okay. Added enemy checkpoints. CPU crash occurs in while building top level acceleration structure. Yeah, and my checkpoints are super fast to insert. Just look up in the array, grab the string, shove it off. Brain dead simple. Cool. I'm happy with that. So down to just one call. Down to just one call. Okay. No, this is not that exciting. But this one references a top level. Acceleration instances buffer. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. The build referring to this. Yeah. Ooh. I think I might see it. Because top levels referring to this instances buffer. I'm getting the address to it and passing it into the build command, which is fine. The problem is that uploading for me and uploading this buffer here, but I might have. I mean, it looks alright. Because we've gone from write, transfer write, to building it. Although maybe it's. Maybe I'm better off placing a memory. Oh, I don't have a memory thing at all. Jesus. Jesus. Well, fine. In that case, write is already here. But even this is already here. Everything's fine. I can place this really strong barrier in between. Just really strong barrier. And it will still fail. And it will still fail. Yeah. So maybe it's not this barrier. Should be hard sync for everything. And yet it thinks something is wrong. Now one key is that it crashes and a bunch of stuff gets added. I have to think more about it. I think I'm gonna start cooking the steak. So I'm gonna charge the camera for now during this steak break. I'm just gonna bounce in and out. I'll get lost. Let's get her one of the ponytails in front. Come on. Ugh, so difficult. Just want to get one of the ponytails in front. Excellent. There's a little bit of a more help needed for the neck. This works. Gotta think of all the buffers involved. All the buffers that could be involved. Do you wonder? Wonder what's in the Wonder Ball. Call cushion some GPU when loading a new map chunk. Maybe have some kind of odd bug. I have a little bit of an idea. Let's try. I do share a lot of buffers across frames. And I could have a couple of frames in flight. Possible might create issues. No, the whole axle world is separate from unique for each frame, so that doesn't make sense. I don't know, these local buffers are fine. They're specific for each frame. So let's turn off everything except for simple meshes. Ooh. Is this actually possible? There's nothing in the instances. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I turned off skinned. That was a nut thing. I need to look over logic again. Maybe I have some kind of bugs in that system. That's very concerning. There's definitely something buggy. Just waiting for steak to cool off. I'm gonna hide the FAK text for now. Where did I spawn the robot? Here. Maybe it doesn't work when I'm trying to add too many new skin matches at once. So I suspect. I think when I spawn the robots too quickly. Actually, no. Still occurs. Still occurs. You know what? I think it's time to take it to the next level. Yeah. Driver Vulkan. Developer beta. This is what I'm gonna need. Let's see, do I need to reboot my system or not? That is a question.
Hey, Google stuff.
Alright, lunchtime. For reals this time. Muting until I'm finished with the steak. Man, a bunch of visual stuff is borked completely. You know what? I'm just gonna restart this PC. Because that is already here. Alright. Restore this. Okay, looks like I need to add enable this one as well. So I have enabled the special beta driver for ray tracing, and yet well, might be more than one. I should put here. Actually, do I have physical device at this point? I do. Now handle just that. Right, yeah. And if I or some integrated GPU. Yep. That's good. So everything looks fine. It's a lot of bunch of extra information, but unfortunately it doesn't report me any errors before the crash. It just doesn't. So that was a waste of time. That was a waste. I guess I'll keep the driver for a little bit longer. Maybe I figure something out. I gotta think about how to tackle this. Let's maybe make a quick break. Play a chess game. Let's crack it up. Let's look at different buffers for ray tracing. But based on the behavior, the thing has to do with skin meshes. This line. I haven't studied this line hard enough to remember. I think it's C5 though. I think it's C5. Really? Quite happy to close off the center. I don't mind. Hey. Oh, that is a threat because of the spawn. Guess I'll just block it. Maybe some kind of route. Well, I guess I might lose that. Let's play rook here then. So that I figured I could just play knight to here. Low. Maybe I shouldn't. Always disrupts too. Go here then. Just go here then, I suppose. Wait, now I have a bishop? Now I have a bishop. Ooh, this close. Son of a... Oh, that's bad. Alright. Alrighty then. 97, huh? Whatever. Okay. Youchie. Really? Bro. Bro. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Alright, last game. Kind of running out of ideas what to debug there, to be honest. We could go through the details of how I generate skin meshes for ray tracing. Suppose I could do that. I really don't want to play here. Just don't. Let's see what he does. Okay, now I can. Now it is no longer a problem. Oh, he wants to go here. I want my knight to be there. Oh, this is a threat. Let's go here. Just gotta move a little faster. Just a little faster. Sure. Well, I just open up everything. Didn't see that move, did you, buddy? Yeah, think about it now. Long and hard. Oh, snap. Except it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do squat. Not a single squat it does. Let's go here. It's fair. That's fair. Just need to blow it up. really. I can't really take on that though. It's quite annoying. Just gonna lose on time, unfortunately. Highly unfortunate. Damn. This guy's some fast mover. Fast little mover. Sure, that's not gonna work, right? Just here. Aw. Okay. If really GM. Oh, I guess it is GM. Damn, plus 95 points. Crushed by GM. Do I take here? Takes. I think I can. Probably the right idea. Probably. Here? Pawn drops. Let's go forward. Let's just go forward in that case. This might be interesting. Here it takes. Don't know about here or there. Probably here. Kinda wanna force this move. Not sure if I can though. Maybe it's time to play this. Do I go here? Here? Goes there right away. Maybe I can do some tricks like check here and takes. was a stupid game. That was one dumb game. Alright, let's clean up all them crashes. Get a fresh one. So crashes while building top level. Okay. Okay. That's fine. So it's trying to write somewhere where it cannot. Maybe just a bad buffer for the top level. Like, where's the scratch buffer? Scratch buffer. Have it right here. Right. Right there. And then when it's bigger. Oh, look at a humongous one. Same for this one. Now we're back to the first. The once is 13k, it has 24k. Let's see, does it grow past that requirement? It does. It's that one that grows just a little more. Oh, maybe I'm releasing this one and not updating it afterwards. Oh boy, it's a big one. That's a big one. I mean, fine. That seems good. So I have a new scratch buffer, okay. Where's the scratch data? It's right here. It's right there. But that's still going wild with this one. I'll just give it what it wants and no more. In the case it will force you to recreate a scratch buffer a bunch of times. So that should maybe crash right away. And that is a different crash. By 504. I'm guessing equality is fine, right? No new warnings. do it. I wonder why that made it not stable. Let's rerun. Rerun. Are you claiming that you're now stable? I have finally fixed it at the end of the day. Well, let's give it a whirl. Let's go for a whirl. Seems good. Well. Perhaps I've done it. I've done it. You know what? I think I should say screw it to all these little work items I have in mind to do for the next thing. And just start working on the mail hero now. Right now. As much as the pretty girl is nice, I want to have some masculine skills in the game, such as throwing rocks around at the robots' faces. Broke the reload, huh? Just down broke the reload. Interesting. Interesting. I thought I had this. Yeah, perhaps I can. Yeah, looks like I fixed it. Is that creating the scratch buffer too big for the ray tracing structures? Suppose. I suppose. In that case, I need to get rid of this bad NVIDIA driver. Well, not bad one, but it's a better driver. It's running too slowly on ray tracing. Way too slowly. So... do I not really have a GeForce thing? Huh. I guess I really don't. Let us see. What was the latest driver? Latest driver. Probably this one. Probably. Let's go. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Go. Well, that looks fine. I did to make a note that this one was cause of the crash. No, I already do that, so I need to get rid of this. I'm not sure what I'm doing here. So Oh snap. Video drive is rebooting. Sure, why? Well, yeah, wants me to restart. Alright, have at it. Luckily, I have a dual PC streaming setup, so ain't a problem. Oh, while it does, I'm gonna get some water. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Really, NVIDIA? Really? Really? Yeah, of course, file driver. Of course. See if it makes me reboot on this driver. Okay. Scratch buffer of the first frame of the The top level acceleration structure in the first frame. It's too small. Is it larger? Created a k-byte buffer. Somehow the ray tracing build wasn't happy with that. Not really sure why. Not really sure why. But happy enough for that. What new skill do I want to add? So that did not require reboot. At least that much. So curious. What's happening here now? Does it think this is enabled? It says it is supported still. Oh, at least frame rate is back in business. Oh wow. 4 times as expensive? It must be running that mode. That must be running validation still. I should just restart. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart. Alright, time to do a little bit of basic setup. Again. Well, let's see. The GPU costs better have come down. Yeah, there you go. Bro, I'm okay. GeForce Experience, do you want me to uninstall you right away? Is that what you're asking for? Because I might as well. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now, what happens? If I just toggle it on. Maybe that feature now no longer requires a beta driver. Is that possible? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's possible, alright. It is definitely possible. Okay. So now, why does it do that? Oh, I see. So when I'm free roaming, He points away from the target. So I'm asking to attack. Go finds the target. I didn't want that. I really didn't. Let's go fix that. Yeah, find Roma nearby to hit, but this code doesn't check for line of sight. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate, but this code does. So I might as well run that. In the end, that gives me a valid target. No. Ooh, too much code at once. Way too much code at once. Alright, so this one measures it. So this one will have closest target. Selected target. That gives me a valid target. I could technically do it here. Closest potential target, yes. So let's just ignore this. It's already pre-sorted. Yeah, I don't need any of this either. Consolidate Twitch stream name. Let's see. Go back to gameplay. Boom. Did that thing. Okay. Let's go controller. Controller. Now, when it doesn't see the target, it should just let me point at whatever. Excellent. Like here, you point at that until you see the bad guys. Yeah, now you just take it in. That part is fine. That part is fine. I wonder what is that frame drop coming from? Is this from graphics? No, graphics are completely happy. Graphics ain't a problem. It has to be physics. Alright, physics. See what you got. See what you got. So annoying to be stuck on those pieces. Oh my god. I need to fix this right now. Just remake some of those shapes. Although maybe it'll be easier to start remaking that. Just fix it somehow with logic. So that if some tiny wall piece in the way, it'd be good if I can just find it and just fix it. Numbing. Like here. Oh, this bad guy in the way still. Like, oh, this guy's just very slowly spawning. That's right, I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, let's see, maybe that'll reprun you or GPU crash. Yeah, it's the physics. Physics is struggling hard. This is debug build, so it's okay. But how to solve this problem? How to solve this problem? Shapecast. Instead of a raycast, do a shapecast. Then I can catch more objects. Right. Oh, she looks on so fast. It'd definitely be good to have inverse kinematics. So many choices what to work on. So many choices. Could work on electrical zap for her. You can bounce between enemies. But might be fastest to do shapecast for the laser and other weapons. Yeah. That'd be good, I think. Das ist gut. Das ist gut. That laser snaps way too fast. Oh, that snap happens because her animation status are in right position. And I don't check for the angle being in a good range for it. Yeah. And that's what I need to check. Yeah, physics are definitely struggling. Now, how about this? Can free him with gamepad when not seen direct line to an enemy. Now let's go to release build. Here we go, release build. Come on, speed, don't crash on me. Don't you dare crash. Well, let's go for OK. Let's go for OK. Yeah, this laser snap is way too fast. That is not pleasant. I really do need to check direction check. Absolutely. Now physics still likes to go up, but the rendering is fast enough where it's fine. Where it is fine. Hey, Benny. Welcome back. Guess what? I fixed it. I fixed it good. It only took me 4 hours, I think. Maybe 5. Which means I'm now free to take on the next feature. I don't know what to work on next. Ideally, I need to work on whatever gives it a faster route. So what was the problem? So let's see. So the context is as follows. In general, when you work in computer graphics at a low level, you'll be creating a whole bunch of small, kind of like memory buffers. It's kind of like asking video card, like, hey, give me this small little bit of memory so I can do something with it, okay? And you do that a lot. It could be some of those might be small, some are larger. It could be like a few bytes to megabytes of memory chunks. And there was one place in my code where I was expecting those requests to be happening for the same object. Let's step back one more time. So the way Vulkan works is that you need to both ask for memory block and then tell video card what kind of object will live in that memory block. Okay, so you have separate thing. It's kind of like in C++ where you can allocate memory and then later on tell your compiler, be like, oh, it's actually this type of object in that memory. Same thing about GPU. And so in general, I'm trying to avoid new memory allocations on CPU and GPU. And so sometimes I try to allocate buffers larger than necessary so that future requests will fall in that size, just to avoid the necessary buffer allocations. And there was a one little object for ray tracing where I was saying like, hey, let's just allocate 10 times what you actually asked for, just to make it safe. So I still don't know why, but there was a case where, so when you see the frame as you see it, you would think like, okay, you just draw that frame and then you redo the same process again on exactly the same resources. But it's actually not. In the video game development, what you have is something called triple buffering, where you draw one frame and then you can put a different set of resources to draw the second frame. And your third frame is separate as well. So for example, if you look at the some of our locations, it would be easier to look at images. Like here, for example, you will see 3 pairs of linear color and radians. So linear color 1, 2, and 3. Same thing for radians. So these images actually what you see on the screen being drawn to, but there's 3 pairs of them. That's because the whole frame is triple buffered. I go to the first one, draw it there, then go to the second pair, draw the frame there, and third one, and so on, and then the cycle repeats. Now there's a bunch of reasons for why it's happening that way, it's whatever. The point is, when you draw the first frame, there's barely anything exists in the world. Things are still loading. Whereas the second and the third frame will be bigger and everything will be more real. And for whatever reason, the first frame was very small and that initial memory block was kind of small. And that's why when you just move it around on this initial start, everything was fine, everything was happy. But once that you cross that border and the new level is being loaded, it was still small enough for that second and third frame buffer copy, but that first frame buffer wasn't happy. It was like, well, I'm too big, I'm too small for this. I need to make a new I need to relocate this particular object. So I still don't know what caused it, but when I was relocating that little first frame buffer, that was complaining. So I was in the process of figuring out why it's crashing, but I just reduced that issue so it's no longer allocates way too much at the same time. Even though they're kind of small. Like it was maybe like 250 kilobytes. So it's not that much for video memory. Maybe I'm just not correctly updating the buffers. Because anytime you reallocate of the buffer for this ray tracing, you have to make sure you use the new buffer as well. But something in there did not agree. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe just the way I'm locating memory when it's too big something doesn't work well. So there's still a bug somewhere. But it's currently everything is stable. And it's happy enough. Everything seems cool. Good, this is a debug build, runs in 0.1, 0.5 milliseconds per frame. I'm just testing like really hectic 4K scenario in release build. This is almost release build, almost, like 90%. Oh yeah, I forgot. Things are crashing release builds on exit. I forgot about that. I don't know why though. I'll just ignore it for now. But at least I fixed it. I actually think what you missed is that while you're away, I actually reinstalled the NVIDIA driver a few times. And that's because I was desperate. I was looking at this ray trace validation for Vulkan for NVIDIA specific, like a driver level validation. And that used to require installing a different driver. You needed like a special beta driver or something. Like a developer beta driver. Beta. So I went and installed a new thing. But then it turns out you don't need the beta drivers anymore. Latest video card NVIDIA drivers already have it. Yeah, I'm still sad that now physics running too slow in debug build of all the objects. But there's nothing I can do about that, just physics and physics debug libraries. On the other hand, that only happens when you have like crazy laser trace testing everything like a maniac. In a mode like that, everything is okay. Everything is fine when it's like this. Just when everything explodes all at once. Is it the slower physics noticeable? Well, if you look at the frame graph, then yeah, it starts to become noticeable. You can see go up and the frame rate drops into 100s, like 100s, 110. Now this is debug build 110 frames at 4K, so it's not like it's horrible. And most people monitors run like a 60 hertz. So just when I'm saying too slow, I'm like really crazy for performance. Where I want to I have a monitor that runs 144 hertz. So when you run like 100 frames on a 144 hertz monitor, you actually can visually see that something is off. It's kind of minor. So maybe some people will notice, like Well, they might not call it out, but they might feel it something slightly off. Or maybe they're just used to games being sluggish all the time. They may not even notice for a while. Plus, yeah, like I think when it goes to the stream, it goes down to 30 frames, maybe 60 frames at best. So yeah, on the stream you're not gonna notice anything. But I'm being particular out here, yeah. Part of the reason I'm doing that just to future-proof myself, so that when I'm running like way slower computers, it will still be acceptable. But there's a thing I can do to fix that actually, which is I can keep track of the number of active wall debris, and past certain number just don't spawn anymore. That will look slightly crappy because just sometimes some chunks will just disappear suddenly. But that would fix frame rate and debug build. But it's, I have to see how it runs like in a real environment. Now technically I should go back and fix my other ray tracer on other rendering mode, because here I broke the shadows and now shadows only work on the character, otherwise they're just not there. Also, you know what I just noticed? The shadows for the hair is off. Like it's being drawn like under the feet as opposed to at the head location. So like the hair doesn't do that. I think part of it is because it doesn't apply the scale correctly and a few other things. Oh, maybe it's because the skinned meshes don't take parent into account. I might have just came up with a solution just by thinking about it. Just by thinking about it. Yeah, so the reason it's strange shadow is because you're used to nice shadow in ray tracing mode. We have pixel perfect shadows, right? Like you will, like if you zoom in this close to most games, you will see a whole bunch of inaccuracies and weird shapes like everywhere, no matter what type of game quality you make. They usually don't go for like still precision like that. Like this kind of shadow requires ray tracing. This is how you can tell if a game is fully ray traced, at least for shadows. Otherwise you will have issues. Or even, let's see, well, same shadow on the body. Like this case, like the shadow is perfectly showing up reflective to the fingers. It's like it's pixel perfect, absolutely pixel perfect. However, when you go into this mode, calculating shadow is not that easy. So there's a bunch of things you have to do to try to make it less painful. So there's different toggles that you can do. So for example, this increases shadow quality, right? So which is great, sure. The only problem is, I mean, I guess in this case it's fine. It's just that when you have to, what happens is that it just means I'm drawing closer to the location. So the more precise it is, the less area it covers. And you can see just kind of how this covers like the most area, but then there's less. Because you're basically saving your view from a light's point of view, what it sees, what it doesn't see, and that's how you check if something is in shadow or not. And so the texture space is the same, so you have to decide how far or how close you want it to be. I guess for now, while I'm testing the shadows, I can bring the quality. That's funny. See, like if you bring quality precision is way too high, it doesn't have the space to compute shadow past that point. So you're just gonna lose everything. So let's keep it there. Oh yeah, the same truth for clothing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. I'm pretty sure I know what's up. Let's see, shadow pass. Yeah, draw shadows for skinned meshes. No, it does take parent stuff into account. No, at the front door. I guess it doesn't have scale. Do I have scale in here? Player's hair. It doesn't have scale. But the parent does. And it's not 1, that's what it is. Found it. So that's what I was missing. So what I need, I'll need none of this const. That should fix the problem. Also today, I tried out the new Tone Mapper. Tone Mapper is a subtle little thing. Subtle little thing. Where was it? Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's what it was. All it was is a particular different way how to process pixels. So now the game looks slightly, ever so slightly different. So slightly different. And actually came with a shader code already to do it. So I kind of just took it as is. Blindly. There was much blah blah about how it's supposedly process clouds a little better, but I don't know. I just took it. Alright, so let's fix the shadows, now that I know what is wrong. This is parent scale. There you go. Take the parent transform to account and I should fix it. Fix it real good. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. But so you can see the sharp precision is a little too close for comfort. I don't remember what kind of precision quality I need, but this is good. Das is good. Yeah, the hair was... Yeah, shadow for the hair was definitely missing. So maybe it is time to go back to... yeah, just highly blocked it. Now the thing is, I could actually fix it where I have a different shutter precision level for when you zoomed in versus zoomed out. So I could actually just take that into account as well. That's whatever. That's power when you have a full control. I think what I want to do is bring all those rest of the shadows here back into the action. Let's see. Fixed non-relative shadows for scanned child entities. Boom. Does her hair come back to the same position? No, not at all. So this is simulated. Sometimes I play the game of, can I make her, one of the ponytails be stuck on the front of her? It's not that easy, but if you try hard, you can do it. Yes. Got her one shoulder. And now that shoulder will actually move that hair because it's physical. The only thing I need is, I think I need like another shape inside the neck. Because the neck collision is not ideal yet. But you have to be like really up close to notice this. Oh, look at that. Ooh, a rare double. A rare double. Now this takes skills. That'll be cool, you know what, to add a Steam achievement just for that. And by the way, to achieve all this, I had to think very specifically about the adding colliders to the breasts. Yeah. What's the only thing is missing is the neck, I think. I think neck. Can I move? Yeah. You need those colliders to work well. Otherwise, they just won't fly. I have to look it up because I heard that Steam games require achievements. Like, you can't just make a game without achievements on Steam. Oh yeah, I wanted to do one more thing for gameplay actually. Which is that right now, I just recently fixed where... Jiggle face. Well, so right now they're baked. So the jiggle right now is baked in. Getting jiggles right at the physical motion might be more of a challenge. Because you have to get all the springs correctly set up. Like maybe I haven't given it. I haven't tried it really. Maybe physics will be fine and stable with that. Maybe I don't know. And it'll be completely fine. Let's fire up a blender. Blender. Just an hour ago, was really fighting hard not to start working on the male hero. Because I want to work on some wall punching and wall throwing skills. Come on, Blender, why are you taking so long to load? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see, animation. No. Yeah, because the bones are there. So all that can be worked on. So right now they're just baked in Blender. And they're baked separately for flying versus just standing and moving around. I can always give it a try. This said though, like at this distance, it's kind of hard to notice anything. So unless like zoomed in like that, yeah, it's not just not gonna show up. But definitely need more to add more animation for the character. Yeah. Steam page, yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now exactly. Like, I should just focus just enough to produce like a tech demo essentially that can be run on Steam. Just start collecting wish lists because it's gonna be a while anyway. Anyway, it's gonna be at least 2 more years on the game. Man, I've got to think like, what do I need for a Steam demo? Because it's a demo, I don't need to worry about saving the character progress. But I'll definitely need more outfits, more items, item suffixes and all that for sure. I do need to fix the mouse control. I have a bug of a mouse control where she would just randomly just like walk, suddenly fly up and down. Like here. She just sometimes changes the height just a little bit. Like here it's fine, suddenly she's floating. Has to do with the way navigation mesh works and the way a bunch of random stuff. What I really need to do, the way reason it works fine of a gamepad is because they do raycast directly down to find that ground point. And that's why the motion of this one is always grounded. But even here, it's not always grounded. Like she here's up on top. That nav mesh precision is a little bit off. It's not the biggest deal though. Oh, what I wanted to fix was now that she can aim without looking at the bad guy, the problem is her lids like immediately snaps. The moment she sees direct line of sight, that laser just snaps. Oh, I just got killed. The reason it snaps is because I don't check, I only look for animation state to reach in that firing mode. But I don't check for direction if she's looking close enough in that direction. That's what I need to do. Before she's ready to fire, she also needs to check both animation state and if she's looking that direction. But back to Steam thing. Like gamepad will require a lot more work in specifically inventory department. Like there's a lot more work to make everything work here for gamepad. Mouse and key will be fine, I guess. At least mouse key is good. So you can have like controllable keyboard movements. So Vulkan debugging technically finished. I had 5 hours of working a debug crash and I think I finally fixed it. But you know what, let's I need to fix the shadows. Because I broke the shadows in the in this render. So I need to bring it back. Because the problem was I was looking at the render code, or rendering performance. And so this CPU cost for the renderer in the non-ray tracing is like 1.3. Versus rendering it's actually lower most of the time. Especially once you start having like explosion of objects. Like here it stays under 1.5, sometimes even less, right? But the ray tracing, it is not happy at all. Like it goes way beyond 2.5, 2.6. So like this rendering mode is now way slower. And so I looked at it, the reason why it's slower is because for example, in the shadow pass, I do a whole bunch of draw for each object. So once this count goes into like hundreds, it just goes too much CPU time. So instead what I've been working on is calling something called draw indexed indirect. Now, indirect is a special beast. Indirect allows you to specify a buffer which will tell you how to call draw indexed, just that. So it's kind of like a one command to execute multiple commands. And I almost got it right. I just have one thing to finish. Assuming. This is my first time doing an indirect command like that. I had to update this bad boy. Yeah, because when you call something of a like an indexed and you have multiple instances in that, you can call something called GL instance index. Well, in OpenGL it's called instance ID. So it tells you what instance you're working with. So I need to add to that. I need to have a new buffer here, which will have matrices for those indices so that I can do this operation, which right now is commented out. Once that works, the shadows should be back. Actually, you know what? I'm curious if it actually does anything. Oh, the culprit of the entity deletion the other day. Oh yeah, why physics objects were not being cleaned up? Yeah, that was another 4 or 5 hours of suffering. I did find it, and I hated the reason because there wasn't anything in my code. For some reason Flex decided to first give me a callback on entity deletion, and then right after that on the same entity would also call on set. So it would say like, hey, entity just got removed and now just got modified. And so it's supposed to happen the other way at least, because anytime physical entity gets modified, I create a new physical object and physics for it. But if you reverse the order, what happens is that the entity get deleted, physical object get deleted. But then you get unmodified, so create a new physical object for the same entity again, and the entity just goes away. And now you're left with a physical object that's not connected to anything. I tried to repro that stupid bug with flags, but I couldn't. So I just give up. It was annoying. It was annoying. I think I still have it. Yeah. Triple question mark for all the anger I had towards it. That's why I figured out that one gets called before the after, but it was a surprise either way. But that was a good find. Because actually the fact that call is on set is a pain. That means when I'm deleting the entire level, for every entity deletion, I will get unmodified entity get called first, which potentially might lead to a physical object creation, which will be expensive and slow. So it's like another reason why my world spawning and despawning is slow, just because of that crap. Because right now I get a spike when I'm load a new level, you can see it right there. And I also get another one when it unloads. Let's see. Boink. So I'm not happy about that. Now there's ways around it. I could like go through those entities before marking them, destroying them, to actually explicitly say like, yo, you're marked for deletion, don't even try about creating anything new. But it's just a pain. I can also go back to prototyping my entity component system again, which I have here in the prototypes. Let's run the prototype. What do I have in there right now? Yeah, this was me comparing against Flex, and I just couldn't beat it yet. I was close, but I was still slower. But like 20% debug build and like half in release build. So I still cannot beat Flex. The bastard library is too good. Alright, so back to Shadow Pass. So what I need a new buffer. I have a buffer for instances data buffer. Do I use that anywhere? I don't think so. I don't think I do anything of that. Because this buffer is for the actual drawing commands. Yeah. This wasn't used for anything. What the hell do I shove into it? Right now I am uploading instance data, which contains what? Object draw. I mean, that's already is above what I need. Well, no, pain will lead to me getting rid of flags and using my own library eventually. That's what it'll lead to. Almost makes me tempted to create another debug counter, which just counts how many physical objects I create while deleting in entities. Like when I'm unloading like 200 objects of a level chunk, how many new physical unnecessary body creations I do, because those are expensive. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Anyway. So actually I have a buffer already. Now I just need to attach it to the pipeline. So because I don't do any abstraction type of Vulkan, you can just see raw Vulkan calls everywhere. See. So this is where you define shaders for the pipeline. But I don't care about that. I need to do descriptor sets. Yeah. Descriptor set a layout tells you what kind of resources you can attach to your pipeline, to the shaders. So let's see. This will be instances data binding. It'll be uniform buffer, which is fine. It just needs to be in the vertex shader. Okay. So now that I know what type of buffer can be attached here to this shader, now I actually need to attach the real thing in the descriptor set, because this is just the layout. I need the actual real set. Right here. Instances data buffer info. Okay. So we're touching this little buffer. Okay. That sounds right. Fired up validation. Oh, yeah, also spent maybe about an hour fixing various validation issues. That's not what I want. Hopefully GPU crashes are gone for a while. Hopefully. Complain about something. Oh, is that buffer null? Oh. Oh, yeah. That was a little bit of a mismatch of a tiny little thing. Set here just a vertex. Wait, I don't understand. Time to read the wall of text. Oh. Vertex buffer. Oh, it also needs to be a uniform buffer. I get it. I get it. So particular. Alright, you, her. You're also a uniform buffer. Alright, this is way too much spam, holy crap. Okay, I guess this one is... Why is it spamming so much? Why do I have two of them? So weird. Whatever. Don't need none of that nonsense. Let's see. Hopefully it's a little less nonsense. Alright. Oh, did I put the wrong one in here? Uniform buffer. What do you want? Oh, this needs to be a buffer usage. Uniform buffer bit. I gotta tell you, working with Vulkan is like working with like super precise machinery. You have to need every little I dotted down to like a tiny needle size. Alright, I think. What are you complaining about? I don't even know which object it's complaining about. Whatever. Later. So now I have a second uniform. Instances buffer object. I think I can just say this. So maybe I can just do this. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. I need to check something. How many are we doing? 1,000? 1,000. Oh, it's not happy. It is not happy at all. Alright. Shadow draw instances. Ah. It says that the buffer shadow draw instances is about to be read. Previously it was written to by a transfer. And it's doing a copy into it. Okay. Okay. So at least this is name I gave it to myself. So let's go hunting. So it's this boy. When it's uploading itself. So here, oh yeah, it's missing all the proper barriers. I think you just need just one. For this buffer, wait, it's the same thing. It'll be the same thing. From read to read, from read to write. Let's see. Sounds right. You know what? Let's break. Next time there's an error, I'm just gonna break it. Break it. I'm gonna hide that information. Because if you don't like some validation error in particular, you can actually just disable it. Because this is just messages unknown. It doesn't even tell you anything. It's just informational. Okay. So, did I fix it? It's been read after transfer. Oh, I need the one post thing, right? I'm gonna have it here though. I think this needs to be uniform. Uniform read. Uniform read. Maybe? Maybe not. Validation is always tricky to get right. Oh, looks like a different error. Oh yeah, of course not. Of course not. Certain flags are just not happy. Do I use it anywhere? I don't think I do. Yeah, it's no longer a vertex attribute, that's correct. It's not a fragment shader. It's pixel. It's a vertex shader. Let's try that. If that's not right, I'm gonna have to look up Vulkan spec again. Ooh, actually worked. It actually worked. Well, it's working. Let's load the spec. Look at that. Error-free, but still broken. Wonderful. Wonderful. But why? I guess I need to see if this is actually being populated and if this is working. Oh, snapples. Oh, snapples. Something being... I don't know. Dispatch. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that. All right. Attached. Okay. So now I need to fire up the debugger and see what kind of buffers I'm getting there. Am I getting the buffers in right? Okay. Let's see. Does it still draw objects one at a time or not? You know what that tells me? This is where I drew all the instances, but they drew them all in the same location. So that already tells me that the buffer somehow is wrong. So now I need to find that shader. The bastard of a shader that gets it wrong. Is it here? In the vertex shader? Yeah. Yes. So now the vertex shader instances. Oh, that looks right. That looks right. Because the position is in the third row, it keeps changing just fine. And yet, this didn't change. Let's see, drawing direct. Draw counts, yeah. It looks right here. But it is not. I mean, you could be wrong. Maybe it's instant syntax doesn't work somehow. Don't really understand why though. Because the buffer looks good. The buffer, it just looks good. There's no problem. Ain't no problem. So that gets passed correctly. Maybe I can look into that shader debugger after all. Indirect index draws. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you can actually see how, because they're coming from entity tables, it draws like a bunch of them at the same time. The first index. Yeah. Like this is all the same type of mesh. And then it's back to the other one and so on. That looks right. In this instance, kind of one, yes. Oh. Oh, I get it. I understand what's going on. Problem is this first instance needs to go up incrementally 1 through whatever. And I don't do that. So because of that, this guy is always 0. Ace or die. Yeah, C++ all the way and occasionally GLSL. Occasionally. Alright, what I need to fix is we're right into here. Time to fix the multi-draw indirect. God. It's whatever I shove in here. I think it's here. Yeah, this first instance needs to go up by 1 each time. Which means I need to look at how many there were here. Instance index for GLSL, GL, instance index. Man, it feels good to get better at programming and the graphics. They used to be my worst subject. Oh, it used to be UN probably. Fine. Hey, Demaya, what's up? Just working on some optimizing Vulkan render, the one that's low-end mode. Not particularly happy. If it was me, I would just work nothing but my ray trace render. Okay. I think that might fix all the shadow problems. I'm curious how much CPU time that will save. Bro, would you just shut it down already? Come on. Just disconnect. Thank you. Let's see if that... Ooh. Well, that did something alright. And that is definitely not. Okay, and what the hell happened? Alright, let's go back. Well, definitely had an effect. Oh, please let me capture a frame. It didn't. It did not let me capture a frame. It did not let me capture a frame. But at least now I can tell me like, yo, this is where it hit the fan. Oh, this is the opcode. So it's not GLSL technically. This is the GLSL up on top. So somehow I'm missing the symbols for it. Not particularly good yet reading all this opcode. Why would it crash here? This is actually just declaring a constant, I'm pretty sure, right? OP const. Whatever. I mean, it says what I did, right? Well, fine, how about this? Maybe I'm just going way beyond the, beyond the buffer size. Let's just go up to 10. Okay, let's go. Let's go and you admire, bro. Well, that's whatever, but huh. First instance count. Maybe that was wrong guess. Maybe don't increment an instance offset. Actually, why it's crashing no matter what I do now? Probably this. So that's fine, but thought for sure this would go up. Let's go look at the example. I got to know. So this is one of the Vulkan examples. Right, yes. Let's see how they populate the stuff. Where does he create it? I mean, he does do binding point, for instance, data. Instance vert. Instance vert. Does he have gel underscore anywhere? No? Oh, he doesn't use. He just assigns instance attributes. But even so. Yeah. So he does increment it, so I think I'm right, on the right path. Where I am supposed to increment it. So I think the first instance does go up by 1, so that's correct. Although, what the hell is that? Does some kind of weird things. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. It's whatever. But I think it does go by 1. Actually, does it run? Does it run? Oh yeah, it needs to provide a path to GLM by default. It's missing. I don't feel like fixing it now. But I think I'm right. I think you do go up the index here. Somehow it is not happy. Just so I'm not crazy. Let's take a look at the buffer contents one more time. Okay, I don't care about that. Whoops. Oh, I don't. Oh, it's one of those slide finger windows. So annoying, dude. I don't care about that. Shadow. Go shadow. Here's that one. There you go. Here's the buffers. Here all them buffers. They look fine. So now they're fine exist here. Take a look. It should be. Wait, why? I mean, the size looks good, but what if this says nothing? I think I'm missing some kind of qualifier. I need some kind of qualifier on this bad boy. Let's look for anything else that has an array definition. Like here. Is it just define this? Is all I need? If this works, I'm gonna flip. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. which was a painful lesson a long time ago, where you used to C++ just define struct member just like a normal human being. It was no problem. But when you go into shader world, suddenly there's like 5 different layout schemes for the structs everywhere. And the default is not what kind of default you want. See, direct. Let's take a look. Because here it still looks fine, but here I don't know what that is. Why would that be wrong? I mean, whatever. Maybe it'll just fine. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Let's just make sure this looks good. This is where we added. Yeah. So first time you come in, this should be 0. Come on. Oh, I don't want compilation. Go away. Yeah, 0. So this will go 0 here. Now it should be 1. So it'll be 1 there. Yeah. Looks right. I just had an idea. Flex has an API where you can tell me what table I'm looking at. And I'll be able to tell like, hey, this has like 15 of the exact same meshes, potentially. And that'd be one way to combine all the calls. But whatever. What is this music? Too much wonkiness. Let's switch to... Okay. It looks good, so why do you crash? Why do you crash? Guess Vulkan debugging is not over yet. Not over yet. Let's see, now I got shader symbols. So now I know it crashed here. So now I know. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me what the actual values are. That is unfortunate. Like here I didn't have anything like that and it was fine. And it was totally fine. Well, this scalar, I remember doing this occasionally. Let's try that. Requires layout, that's right. That's right. Of course it does. Oh, of course it does. Okay, so let's think. Is that a new bug? Well, it's a new feature that I'm working on, which is currently crashing. So yes, you get a part 2 of Vulkan debugging. Part dose. Now it's crashing on that line. Now this should be a bunch of matrices. So why would you crash? Why? So let's do let's take a look at on the CPU side. Although, hold on, I want to see it on GPU side. Because I should be able to take a look at the instance count, index offset growing. Oh, I can't capture it. One problem is if crashing right away, that it's hard to actually capture it in frame debugger. But let's see if I can. No, it's crashing right away in the first frame. So debugger is not going to be of any help for now. So let's explore this buffer. Direct drawer, instances data. Oh yeah, the first frame it's empty. Now we'll get 130 objects. Okay. So that's first instance 7, 63 and so on, right? So that looks right. Certainly looks right. And then you have up to 129 of these bad boys. It looks good. It looks good. The only thing that it could be so this is where it will upload the instances data, right? Yeah. Okay, looks good. This is a draw count. What if I just do just one? Not do 0 to 130? Just do 1. And just that. Will at least that work? Just do 1. Just do 1. Will it overflow in 1? It does. Wow. If it overflows on 1, I'm just really confused about the shader here. So confused. The binding looked fine in GPU. So like 0 works, but past that it just hates it. Absolutely hates it. But there's thousands of those beasts in there. Thousands. Let's Explore this one more effing time. It shows us plenty, right? And it goes up to the proper amount of 1,000. Okay. Things will be 0, I get that. Well, I'm a little worried about this. It's like it thinks somehow that goes out of scope. Kind of worried. What does that mean? Am I just accessing this wrong somehow? Do it. Okay, runs here. You can see it's not an insignificant operation. Taking a good amount of time right there. I wonder if this is like a UI bug where it acts weirdly, or is it an actual issue? Because when you expand it in the in here, it looks fine. About this. Does it know the Muffin Man? Oh, look at that. Triangle shader. Yeah. Push him down right. Something just off. What? Texture array. Here it is. UBO instance. Maybe I'm misdefining the size. Oh, wait a second. The size of the object is defined for the descriptor set. There are so many different names in Vulkan between pipeline, descriptor set, layout, descriptor set, attachments. It took me a while to wrap my mind around each one of those. Let's see, shadow. Oh, yeah, that's not good. I'm defining the wrong names, wrong size for it. I think what I need is, yeah, it's not good. Well, the bug was simple. I didn't provide the right size here. Byte size. Max bytes. I think I should fix everything. I'm just gonna let it run as 0 for now. Just to... Come on. think Life Plus Plus holding lock on it. Okay, so still good. So now I can finally fix this. No, I'm gonna put it right here. Okay. It's a little bit of a suffering. We got it working. The shadows are back. And that dark as hell. As all hell. They work. Good. Now I am curious. Did that save any significant amount of time? So now that I understand how this works, I actually have 3 or 4 more places to do exactly the same operation. Let me see. Did that save in any amount of time at all? I think so. I think so. Now we're just the beginning, there's more things to do. Ooh, that really needs a fix. Yeah, the CPU cost is now much more reasonable, even when things explode. I'll accept that. But that was only like 1/4 of the thing optimized. Now there's more to do. What to do now that this works. Now that this works. This music is too wild for me. Let's go back into chill zone. So now that I did that for... So Shadow Pass does 2 things. It draws regular non-skinned objects and then draws skinned objects. So I need to do the same thing for this non-skinned as well, technically. Technically. I don't think it's big of a deal because I don't have that many bad boys running around so far. I think what I need instead is... It's getting kind of dark on the camera. Let me bring up the light a bit. I could finish out the Shadow Pass, make it fully indirect. Which means I would need, I guess, another buffer. Probably just another buffer. Actually, technically, I could use the same buffer. Technically, I could use the same buffer. Could. Because none of these buffers define anything specific. I just need to add non-skinned mesh count and skinned mesh count. Otherwise I can shove it all into the same buffer. Yes. I think so. Oh, this is not captured. Yeah. So I need to take this bad boy. Okay, so it's going to do exactly the same thing. Oh, push constants. No. I don't need this anymore. Yeah. I'm surprised I didn't throw any errors actually. Complaining. Oh, mesh data here was different. I think that's correct. Don't need this again. Oh, this requires more information. Damn it. Requires joint offset. I'm gonna have to dump the whole change I just made. None of that works. Scrap it. Scrap it. And while rethinking my life choices, a quick chess game. So we'll need a separate buffer because scans required joint offset. Scrapping the tax system? How come? Roguelike. Damn it, he played that move after all. Am I just gonna be down 2 pounds? Really? To blow up once, one attack and burn condition. What framework, by the way, are you using for all this? If any. Unity. Does Unity have any kind of framework for stuff like that? I guess it has a bunch of things you can buy, I'm sure. I'm PC, yeah. Not the biggest fan of the model view controller. It's kind of cumbersome in many ways. But yeah. Like part of my problem with a model view controller is that it works great for business UI, which has very little interactivity to it. Like you're not trying to do anything too fancy there. But like the moment you have like drag and drop for the items like I have, like at different conditions and so on, then it's kind of tricky to have that still done in the of model view controller. Maybe it can somehow but still be just tricky. I get the idea coming from this kind of separation in data and logic. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Time to get this free win and back to coding. So we'll need a separate buffer for skin meshes after all. Highly unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Should probably get rid of that. Night has been really annoying. Let's go rook here. This might get dangerous actually, darn. Was there some bishop here I didn't see? But don't I have this at least? At least I have that then. I was hoping we could just win here, but this is tricky. Tricky. Oh, he wants to play that, I get it. Just need to get my butt in here. And then we can talk about something. No, that's not right. That is too ambitious. Do this. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Come on, dude. Come on. I know Unity is known for having a ton of different things, like RPG plugin. I don't know. Weapon plugin. Yeah, people love to sell a bunch of things on Unity for sure. Equipment system for Unity. Yeah, but this is, I don't trust a bunch of 2D stuff. Don't trust it. Unity RPG course. Boom. What is that? Ah, I see. Boy, you need to wait for some good discount for this to be acceptable. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, for sure. Building from scratch is nice. 20 bucks, yeah. I know. That's a wild one. Alright, so let's quickly gear down for... You know what? Biggest bang of the buck. I need to go into G-Buffer and do what I did for Shadow Pass. Let's just see how much time that saves. Because right now, let's take a look. Let's say we have... Goes up to 2.4. Right. Like worst case 2.4-ish or so. Okay. Oh. Probably not dereffing a ship somewhere. No, it's just dead. I don't know. But honestly, most RPGs, it's kind of hard to learn from those looking at the code. Each one will have kind of different implementation, and a lot of that is pretty game specific to exactly how you want to do it. Because most of the time you just want... Because timer, like, I have different timers. Specifically, my different skill set has a different timer. For example, like let's say I'm doing energy shot. You can see on the bottom there, like the energy shot gets reset. But so you can have different ones, so you have different cooldowns. But it's really simple, just for just nothing difficult. It's just that I have one ability that tracks its own time since activation. So if I press 2, I press 3 to shoot, you can see the timer reset here. And then there's a separate one for turrets. So when you move these around, they just kind of independently move. There's no magic here. Also, Unity might often do some kind of object-oriented approach to the solution anyway. You know, like, for me, just like plain old data here. Without anything fancy. You know, with the way these objects wink out of existence, kind of odd. It's like they zoom in sometimes on a weird point. Almost feels like it's really weird. Huh. Buffer pass. Now, to mimic this behavior, I had 2 buffers, right? Yeah. And these were in a frame. Right here. Okay, okay. Yeah, take care, Benny. Yeah, getting late here kind of as well. But still got energy, so might as well. Might as well. Yup, see you tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow I can start training a bit earlier. This G buffer pass is the largest freaking pass I have for 3,000 lines of code. Jesus Lord. Jeebus. So I need the shaders to be updated just a tad. All I need here is a model. I think I should combine them together. Yeah. See what we got in here. Given an array of numbers and nulls, split it into multiple arrays of null as a separator. Yeah. Hey, Sir++. Nice name. Now that, sir, I like. Alright, anyway. Let's see, what's my stream name so far? Vulkan multi-drawing direct, correct? Still at it. So I need to change this thing out to pull this out of the buffer instead, just like I did here. So we'll need a new bind for uniform instead of this push constants nonsense. Let's go in C++. Follow the Golden Vulkan Guide website. Nice. That's great. Oh, by the way, I actually have, just for that, I will show you where I started. Let's see, did I make any significant changes that will break everything on the planet? Let's discard that. Might be able to show what I got now, which is in Vulkan. As long as it doesn't burn to the ground, because I just started messing around with some code now. So this is what I got. This is my action RPG. We can have laser and destroy absolutely everything like there is no tomorrow, okay? So this is not just any Vulkan rendering, this is ray traced Vulkan rendering. which is why you have cute little reflections everywhere, including the laser on the ground and any kind of particles you might shoot out. Okay, and then I have a super cheap mode, low mode, that's super easy on the graphics card. In fact, it even runs on the integrated GPU, such as my Intel one. So good. But the way it began, let me see. Like I have a collection of videos when I started, because I started with a tutorial as well, just the two triangles. This was maybe about a year and a half ago. And that was exactly the same way I learned how to do meshes. I think at the time this was loading off of a DX model, and then an integrated physics engine, and then so on and so forth. From then it went on. And I started working in different graphical effects and so on, so it's pretty cool. So now, right now I'm running optimization, because the problem is my ray trace renderer is pretty fast on the CPU side. It doesn't take much time. What the hell was that? But the non-ray tracing mode actually costs more on CPU, especially when it gets more involved. And so what I'm doing right now, can I make iOS Android apps of CMake and Vulkan apps? Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I use CMake and for my build system and Vulkan. Although all that is kind of a pain. Another thing is, well, you could do it. Unless you have like mobile specific game, it's not particularly worth it. Like iOS, if you're not a specific mobile, you go like a special like Mac laptop, dude, it's the market there is so rough. Well, probably in terms of value, it's PC Steam for sure on Windows. And then it's something, probably console after that, maybe Steam console. And mobile depending on what type of game you're pushing. So now it's time to break everything. Because I'm gonna take this. And so here we'll need GL instance index. That's the end result of what I need. Oh, it does this multiple times. Oh, nice. 3D app. Visualize worksites, regression lines. Yeah. My first non-gaming project was in college. I was working on like a game of I had like a city you can run around in the car. And then somebody was doing in college some kind of research project. They needed somebody to just walk around through the city. And usually it would take them a while to introduce that. In this case, I just remade my game just a little bit into the city training support that they needed. I got it working like in a week. It's pretty sweet. Let's see. Object model. Boom. I was taking computer science and computer engineering, basically computer stuff. My particular program was called both. But honestly, most of those classes are a complete waste of time. Complete waste of time. Everything as a programmer, I basically ignored just about all classes. I barely got C's and B's, kind of barely, just to sneak by. And I spent all my time coding on my laptop anyway. The only class that was useful was assembly class, working on like some kind of old 8086 CPUs. So you get to work with like really simple assembly code. That was pretty sweet. That was nice. But the rest, they were just a waste of time. Maybe in a better college. But as a software engineer, you want to learn everything from scratch by yourself anyway. Or you can look it up from books yourself. Like all the coding examples I did in college were like so simple. Oh yeah, my career went really fast. Like it was really amusing actually, because I look back, like my average grade at graduation was maybe like B or less. And yet my first job was, I got a job at Microsoft. I was working on Windows Server C++ code. And I got it while like spamming Microsoft of interview job requests like in the last year of my college. And I think what got me there was the fact that I was working like on large game projects for years in college. Yeah. It actually took me, the first time I interviewed Microsoft out of inside college, I actually got rejected. So I ended up spamming it some more, and then my second interview went well, and I got accepted. Because the thing is, if you're promising college student, graduate, or soon to be graduate, they give you a lot more leeways compared to like an experienced engineer. So if you show any kind of decent amount of promise compared to other students, they'll just snag you. They'll just snag you with both arms and legs. Well, it's not really impossible, especially today, because most people just work on small things and their knowledge is not that deep. Whereas I specifically wanted to have skills and work in the large code bases in C++. That was my thing. And so even back in college, I would be working on my game. Like I think I reached in my senior, maybe junior year, my game project had like 10,000 lines of code in C++. Oh, I can show what I was building actually. I got it. Let me see. Oh, no, really? This was my game I was working in college once this thing
Changing
was over.
insurance, starting with everything.
Yeah, it was my own game. I was using a rendering library. But otherwise, this was my game. This was what I was working. Well, skipping pretty much all the classes, ignoring. I was building this out. And this is all prior to game engines. Back then, the most you had was like a graphics library. But outside of that, you have to like pull everything by yourself. So yeah, if you can do any kind of game, especially in 3D, they'll grab your ass immediately. So yeah, even back then I was into like physical destruction of the environment, right? And this was actually physically simulated for all the thrusters and whatnot, yeah. Yeah, so when you build something like that, even if you can't, like, I never showed this to Microsoft. So they never actually saw any of this. Instead, they just talked to me about code, what kind of coding approach I had. So in my case, I stayed in college only because I had to due to immigration or a bunch of nonsense. Otherwise, I would have quit a lot earlier. But nowadays, I would just, if I was starting now, I would do probably still focus on just get like a laptop and you kind of simply just work on my game, just because it teaches a lot more than any of those little small projects in school for colleges. Because they give you like maybe like 5 days to work on it and then the class is over, or like another assignment. Like, dude, you do not learn anything decent from that. Whereas once you get like into deep implementation, that's when you actually learn real things. On top of that, maybe I would combine it with like specialization into something. Like if you're really into gaming, you can definitely do that, and then they'll snag you in one of the companies. Like the reason I didn't get into a game company right away is because my immigration, I didn't trust small game companies to help me with the immigration process, so I went for like a big Microsoft instead. But yeah, just build something good and make it more complete, and it'll be good enough. Or if you want to have like a specific direction, then you can look for what type of work that company needs. Like if it's Tesla, SpaceX, or whatever, they might need like specific technical direction from that. In that case, what I would do is LinkedIn definitely works, but only works once you have experience. As a college graduate, I don't think you're gonna get much from LinkedIn. But I would reach out to different professors in your school and see if any of them have like alignment of any kind of like big software or tech companies, be it hardware or software like Tesla or something. Because then they will know what type of studies they look on top of programming. And then if you align for that, you'll have an additional way to get in. So I would more focus kind of like college programs and any kind of lecturers you have that have connections with tech. And LinkedIn is great, like once you have several years of experience at least. And then, yeah, then you're gonna get spammed there by recruiters, whatnot. That's how I got my job for Amazon Game Studios. But that only works afterwards. Yeah. But really, you just need to show more promise as a college graduate compared to other college graduates. Which doesn't take much. It really doesn't. And nowadays, because there's a stupid approach to lead code, you'll probably have to dump some time into lead coding as well. Because I know they use that a lot nowadays, but I hate lead code. I completely refuse that crap entirely. I was like, no. I'll just work myself, teach myself in big projects. So I'll just focus on large software projects and just kind of pick a focus where you go deeper in one particular area. But nothing really teaches you more than just working on big code bases of your own and then just struggling for all the issues that come up there. Because that's when you learn how to debug things properly, how to analyze things. Like, for example, in my game here, sometimes I spend one time I spent the entire week just working on one bug. And to debug and had to analyze it from so many angles until I finally fixed it. Web dev job, yeah. Yeah, try hard not to get a web dev. Oh my god. Especially in the beginning, it will lobotomize you so hard, dude. Something a little closer to the lower level. You can always become a web dev later if you really want to. I mean, web dev, yeah, it's easy to get into for sure, but yeah, it just depends what your approach is. If you really hate web dev too much, there's plenty of technical jobs out there. Okay, so Vulkan. Like, look at this thing. This one file is 3,000 lines of code. This is my biggest Vulkan pass. Wrapping your mind around that is such a pain, can be at times. Alright. Oh, I should do it here. I should do it there. Right, this is a uniform buffers and whatnot. Yeah. Like this is just me getting started, and I think I'm getting close to 70,000 lines of code in total. There was a dude who was working on a 2D Dwarf Fortress game, and over a decade and a half, he wrote some almost million lines of code, and this is just like a 2D game. But she sure made a ton of money with it, yeah, a lot of time. So very few people have the skill to work with that kind of code these days. It requires very different skill from just writing like a little function here and be done. You're done with a class assignment. It was so boring. Oh my god. The good news, while you're still in college, you have plenty of energy. So you can just put hours and hours into improving your software engineering skills from all kinds of angles. Later on, then you have to juggle more things. But until then, it's nice enough. Alright, this creates the buffers. Let's might as well release them before I forget. Yeah. Truth codes, yeah. Sure. YouTube is nice too. Although YouTube is like, I have it for sure and I use it, but it's more like outreach into audience. Most big companies don't have the time to look at YouTube. Some do, I suppose. Especially like game companies that might. But especially like huge game companies like Microsoft. Like engineers are busy doing other stuff. They have like particular requirements. So they usually don't hunt around, and YouTube is my guess. For them, it's more about making connections, especially if you have colleges that are close to those companies, like especially like in Washington State. Then it's an easy connection to make to a lot of tech companies. Yeah, nice. For sure. Yeah, I started OpenGL 1 actually, something like that. Back then API was so easy to use. It was slow, but it's so easy to use. Now you have Vulkan. Very powerful, but oh, it comes with a price. It comes with a price. Okay, I need set layout for non-skinned with PBR. Yes. So I need to attach another buffer for all instancing. Actually, I'm doing something that OpenGL has as well right now, which is the indirect draw. I believe OpenGL has it as well. See, from buffer, it just goes to vertex shader. Instances. Right. So now I need to set. I need a scripture set, not skinned. Although. Let's do it with PBR. Have that one more common. Fine. Keep it separate line. Oh, Vulkan validation errors. Boy, do I know a lot about that. A few months ago, I spent maybe 2 weeks. I think I spent maybe some 200 different validation errors. Just today, I spent about maybe half an hour fixing maybe 5. And I went through crazy. I basically got, so this is my layers. So I have everything on except like specific practices per platform. Otherwise, I have everything on. So I had to fix so many different things. So for the transition one, from optimal, the previous one was attach optimal. Yeah, attachment optimal means, I always forget if it's input or output now. I believe attachment means it's an input. Yeah, so it's an input. So you attach an image to a shader as an input. And transfer destination optimal. That means you copied or either copied from or copied into the image. So before you can write, before you can use it as an input to some render pass, you need to transition it from having been involved in the transfer to now being used for render pass. Yeah. One good example on that I can find, there's a GitHub I know for that. Let's see. It was a great example for me to use. Let's see, GitHub, Vulkan, synchronization examples. Yeah. So if you look at this, you will see a ton of different examples of what kind of transitions you might want and what result will be out of that. For sure. So that helped a little bit. And then I also suggest reading the actual Vulkan spec for like which particular stage masks work with which particular access mask and so on. But yeah, that link helped me a lot. Vertex bit. But honestly, Vulkan actually initially was working in DirectX 12, and I got stuck a bunch of time in the beginning, and I actually gave up and switched to Vulkan. I found Vulkan has a lot more samples, a lot more tutorial guidance, so you can eventually figure it out. And if you can learn Vulkan, you can learn anything. Well, it's one of the biggest deals for engineers to have patience. And if you can struggle through, because when you just start writing like Vulkan code, it can take like easily a week or two just to see something on the screen. Yeah, undefined image is a different beast. It depends if the image you're starting from scratch every frame, then yeah, the first time it will be undefined. But the tricky thing is, on the following frame, once you get to the same image again, it will technically might not be undefined depending how you handle it at the end of the pipe. So sometimes you might need to do either or, like you can handle so it's either undefined initially or not. But usually that's, if you're using render passes for that, they can usually handle it for you, where you can just specify if they're coming as undefined or not. But even then, you still need to do some translation, especially if you're transferring into an image like that. Yeah, you're gonna have to transition it out. But render passes do help you with some of that. They can specify what the expected input comes in. But they usually only transition an image inside the render pass, not prior. So if you say that an image comes in and render pass, like as undefined, it comes out as like attachment optimal, yeah, that will work. It will do that transition for you, but not the before and after. Okay, so now I'm attaching it to here. So now I can go to actual descriptor set. Scripture set, FPBR. Instance buffer and the size. Oh, I don't even have that yet. Oh yeah, it's in here. Instance data, max byte size. By the way, actual my code, so I have two renderers, right? One of them is ray traced. Like, boy, ray tracing just, everything is different. Like, all the shaders approaches are different. Resources are all different, it's completely wild. Why do you use Studio instead of VS Code? Because VS Code has really pathetic IntelliSense, whereas I use ReSharper C++, which is amazing. I've been using this ReSharper C++ for a while, so I have Visual Studio IntelliSense completely disabled, because this one gives me like absolutely insane power, how many different things it can do. So yeah, I've been using this for several years. Absolutely massive thing. At some point I even bought a course on Udemy just to learn ReSharper even more. Like, for example, when I go search, I can just search for camel case. Like, for example, gbuffer pass, like gbuffer pass system. Or, for example, I can do like a string equal, almost, strings equal. Yeah, and you can see how it finds it really fast. VS Code plus VS Code also has a really slow debugger. That's another thing. Like, I hate a debugger. Like, it works okay like on tiny little projects, but once you go beyond, I know, 10k lines of code, it really struggles. Or especially if you work with a game engine at the good size. Boy. Oh boy. Like, VS Code has nice editing, so I do use VS Code for like messing around with CMake, working on shaders occasionally. Sure, that's not a problem. It's fine for that. Or like modifying my JSON gameplay data. That's fine. But for C++, nothing beats VS Code, Visual Studio. Just nothing. It kind of makes sense because Visual Code is just a bunch of web devs anyway. It makes sense. Okay, so this now attaches the buffer, the uniform buffer to this. So this should now be attached. Let's move it here. Okay. I think this would attach the buffers. The nice thing about ray tracing, by the way, is that you ended up doing a lot of good things already. Like, for example, you don't need to worry about mesh instancing or ray tracing because like instancing is kind of built into it. You don't need to worry about doing too many draw calls because you just kind of combine the entire world into one operation anyway. So a lot of things are kind of easy. It's also easy to think in ray tracing because you're just sending physical rays, so you can just think the way it works in reality in physics, and that's it. Whereas rasterizer, there's a bunch of little tricks of gbuffers and all that. It's such a pain to think about and follow. God, such a pain. Okay. I think this is good. I think this is good. Now I need to populate the buffers. Go to build. Yeah, this thing right here. Before we do all this past stuff, populate instance buffers and direct draw buffers. Wow, 1K is nothing. Ain't nothing. Like I moved out, like I used to have a lot of stuff. Actually, I can share the beginning of my project. When I initially started working on this project, I was starting building an engine from scratch. And so this actually has more or less the layout I have. And the latest one it had was Vulkan and the tutorials I was following and so on. Eventually I dropped GX Valve. But this one has CMake set up. I even have like the basic render I still have. I think I was using FBX, yeah, and some basic maps. Yeah. Like the rule structure is not too different from this. It's just that at the time my renderer contained the render path as well. Since then, I've moved all that out. So now my render itself is actually split into two different classes. So it doesn't only handle just like basic support, of which was plenty. It's only 3,000 lines. It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, it's not. It's alright. Well, the thing is, it's not even the biggest portion of my code. Like as it goes now, for example, I can actually look at my count lines. Yeah, so I have 67k lines of code. The rendering portion is only 23k lines. It's okay. But my game logic is now bigger than that. Although a lot of that I think has to do with like reflection code, to like I am GUI into JSON and so on. And then there's different implementation of different things. Oh yeah, ray tracing loves is 5,000 right there. Animation was good too. Yeah. I haven't really jumped into game logic too hard yet. That'll definitely be bigger. Yeah, initially just when I started existing like tutorial, and then what I did was I tinkered with different values and see what happens, what breaks, what doesn't. And that was a good way to have something working without completely just staring into blank space. And once you get a little bit more understanding, when I was building this, I wasn't copying, I was just following the tutorial, but then I was rewriting the entire logic by myself from scratch in my own system view. So that was more difficult. That was more struggle to get working right, but because I was rewriting it into my own different approach, I got a better understanding for it. Because tutorials are okay, but they don't work for an actual game that you want to ship. They like cut corners left and right to make the code nice and short. Okay. So this here. Oh, even this one requires a lot more information. That makes sense. That makes sense. It will need a lot more data here. Aside from world transform, it needs all these things. Yeah. That's the thing about Vulkan. I even read a few books on Vulkan, but most of them just kind of fail to explain it well. So you still have to figure out on your own. Probably need to pad this. Just pad it out to back 4. To back 4. Yeah. Yeah. Object model. Yeah. So with this, boom, does VS Code do that? I bet it doesn't. Kadoosh. Okay, material override. Not sure why I need all that. Don't care about padding. Don't care about padding. Didn't I add indices here? Or where did I keep them? Oh no, I didn't bother to do that. That's right. Okay. The cool thing about building this for yourself from scratch is you get to develop a lot of skills. It will be useful in the future for sure. Alright, I'll keep going until I finish this feature. Yeah, that's fine. I still need to do this portion. to handle the upload. This one has a lot of loose ends to tie up. I don't remember everything now. But this might be... I'm probably missing some synchronization somewhere. I do need to clear it out, yes. In the beginning, for sure. It's set. Alright, let's see how many Vulkan errors we're gonna get of that. Let it rip. Let it rip. Oh yeah, it's not happy. It is not happy at all. Fragment. It's vertex bit here. Layout. So uniform buffer for vertex actually and fragment too. It shall need both of them. Set layout binding. Seems completely fine. Senses buffer binding. Yeah. And now descriptor set. Binding 1. Wait a second. I don't think it's binding 1. I think it's binding 4. Yeah, it's binding 4. And I think the same binding needs to be in the fragment. This is a different layout anyway. This means like a bunch of things here. Oh, this is so wrong. like an abstract here. Yeah, more like something like this. Okay, PBR shader. Conversion, yeah. Yeah, between signed and unsigned integers. By the way, be sure like when you fix validation errors that you turn all of them on. In the beginning, I didn't have everything here turned on, and you discover a lot of, like, if you just take a tutorial and enable all these warning and all these layers, it's gonna throw so many errors just on the tutorial alone, because tutorial people don't care about any of this stuff. But it will have your game crashing eventually. Just a matter of time. I don't need to delete this constant. And I need to fix them up. Material override. What is complaining about? Undeclared. Oh, in fragment shader you don't have that? Is it only for vertex? Or did I mistype it? No. Yeah, that makes sense. It wouldn't be in the fragment. Of course it wouldn't be there. Oh, of course. Yep. So that means I need to pass these as the output. Actually, do I need to receive shadows here? I don't think I do. I mean, material override makes sense. AO override makes sense. But not receive shadows. Wait, is integer not really a thing? What is it complaining about? Oh. Makes sense. Yeah, so here all this nonsense goes away. Oh boy. I think it's gonna take a lot longer than this evening to finish this out. Flattened. Huh? Flat it is. Flat it is. Wait, I think it does want a shadow here. Oh, it does want shadow there. Well, even for this, Visual Coding has an easier way to give me errors in GLSL. This is going to be a pain. I can just say, I can just tell 205. Okay. 205. What is this crap doing here? Wait, that tone map here? Oh no, no wonder my stuff looks like crap. I was wondering. No, 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 no. This shit goes away out of here. Hell no. Hell no. Tone map later. 205. What did I call it? Oh, right. There's nothing like that here. It would be in material override. Alright, on to correct my errors. Why not? You know what? Let's open the shader somewhere here. Rasterizer here, there. Any errors to show me? Maybe not. 224. 224. Yeah, this one is gone. It's now just in a override. Let's try this. 262. In receive shadows. Is that what it's called? In receives shadows. Oh, receives of an S. Yeah, okay. Okay, back to vert 73. Oh, receives. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, okay. All right. Progress, shader compiles. But now the question is, I need to change. This one only goes to vertex. It does not go anywhere else. Alright, Vulkan validation, do your worst. Spam me. Actually, you know what? Does that actually work? Because isn't this PBR? It is. So it almost worked. Alright, so now here's a trick. Put a breakpoint in the Vulkan validation. And now the first error is gonna immediately breakpoint into it. Ooh, max uniform buffer range for uniform buffer. Ouch. Ouch. Ouchie. That sucks. That's gonna hit the maximum really freaking hard. Really freaking hard. I could push it to standalone buff and then refer to the address, but it's such a pain. It is such a pain. I think for now, what is this? How much do I need to reduce it by? What's the size of this bad boy? I guess that's 64. Or is it just 80 bytes? Yeah, it's 80 bytes. I should say 80 bytes. I can do 800. No, let's do 800. Let us do 800. Do I need to update this boy? Wow. Won't be the first time I hit the uniform buffer limit. Ain't that something? But 800 objects should be plenty. Should be plenty for a while anyway. Snap. Oh snap. Oh, really? There's no errors aside from just that? Alright, so let's see what's going on. What is going on? Does it just not receive shadows? Is that what the problem is? Interesting. I did remove tone mapping. Oh, is it a tone mapping? Is it just that they actually look right and everything else looks wrong? Oh, wow. Holy crap. It's been so long since I had good color in the... Now, actually, just about matching colors. Just one has ray tracing and one doesn't. Oh, I'm so happy about that. Oh my goodness. So now I need to fix the same thing for everything else as well. How do I deal with anti-aliasing? I found the shader for fast approximate anti-aliasing. I initially implemented MSSA and all that, but it's just too slow. In particular because I want to have my render run on the integrated GPU. MSSA just requires way too much memory and all that, bunch of copies of images. So instead I found fast approximate implementation. Let me see. Yeah. Did I not post a link here? Really? Is this the one I took? Maybe? No, where did I take it from? I think I must have taken it from somewhere else. Huh. Alright, then I need to find this where it's from. I was kinda hoping. Where did I take it from? Let's just look at the Git story. Hello, nature fair. FSXA pixel shader. No, none of this stuff. Wow. I don't remember where I took it from. It would be nice to have left a link for myself. I don't remember. Yeah, but somewhere I found FXA. Somewhere good. I remember just searching for XSH, LSL, and eventually I found it. Yeah, I have a bunch of them. I mean, there's definitely some code here. My goodness, it's a lot of ifs. That is a lot of ifs. So yeah, good luck finding something. Multi-sampling is okay. But is it still alive? That looks kind of similar to what I have. But not quite. Yeah, I mean, they're all similar, but not quite what I have in mind. Huh. I don't remember where I got it. Got it somewhere. Anti-aliasing standalone shaders, yeah, it's a post-processing step. Full screen post-processing, and I just run over the whole screen. I do that twice anyway because I need to, all my colors work as in linear color, and then at some point I convert everything from linear to RGB space. So I actually have to two full screen passes at the end, but once everything is done. So that's why, for example, on this one, man, I fixed all my colors. It's so amazing, bro. It's been like months since I had the bright colors. Yes, that's why you can see all the passes I have. So once all that skin and particles are done with bloom full screen, then linear pass to convert to sRGB, then fast approximate aliasing to smooth it all out, and then on top of that I slapped UI of that any anti-aliasing and then GUI. And even the ray tracing to same finish. Same exact finish at the end, last 5 passes. Yeah, multi-sampling is just too expensive. Plus you have so much bother to creating all those extra images and like, yeah, I know they do it, but plus it's so fast. If you can see it right here, just 0.1 millisecond compared to all other passes, it's nothing. Yeah, I have like a very simplified PBR version I took from a tutorial somewhere. That's about it. But my game is not really hyper realistic, so I optimize for performance primarily. Man, the color looks so good, I can barely, now it's more difficult to tell which one is ray tracing, which one is not. I need to do the same, fix up of the skin now. Wow. Wow. Holy mother. Let me see. Skinned. Where do I have stupid? No, skin doesn't do tone mapping here, luckily. Right? No. So we're just there. No, not on here. Oh, just of that one I was doing tone mapping. That was bad. Real bad. No wonder it looked like garbage. Absolute garbage. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Alright, remove brakes. And now if I roll. Cool. So now even without ray tracing, the colors look good. Yeah, but now you get ray tracing at little bit of reflections and everything. That looks. Oh yeah. Now let's see at the timings. Ooh. Well, that looks promising. Let's try it without Vulkan validation layers. Because Vulkan validation layer is just about double the cost of frame on CPU. 1.7. Might be even cheaper now. Alright, it's time to let it rip. Are you ready to let it rip? Time to go for maximum tests. Maximum destruction. Not as much an improvement as I was hoping for yet. I wonder what am I missing? Although it's lower CPU time most of the time. So I'm not gonna complain too much. Man, blooms look so much better in this mode. God, look at that. It just looks so good on the laser. I have my old particle bloom. And it's not nearly as good. Yeah, it has this little weird side effect, special particular angles. I mean, it's also thinner, but that's smaller configuration. Oh, this one doesn't have any reflection, yeah, because it's not ray tracing, I forgot. You know, now I'm actually have problems telling if I'm ray tracing or not. Because that could be more difficult to tell. Boom. Oh yeah, look at them reflections. Yeah, okay, so with that, what's my bloom cost here? 0.4 millisecond. And 1. Yeah, shit, this bloom is more expensive though. So this is a fancy bloom that uses bitmaps. You know what? Because I'm so happy this works. Go count number of draws in the debugger. Let's go frame debugger. I guess here's fine. Guess here's fine. There's not that many left. So let's resume and go somewhere where it's wild, okay? Oh, I'm so happy I found the problem with my colors. It was such a pain in the ass before. Alright, here we go. Let's go look for draws again. Yeah, there's still a good number of draws left over. It's definitely the skinned draws. And this has to be the skinned in the shadow pass. So I still need to get rid of, collapse all of these boys into one in drag draw call. That'd be great. That would be great. Great Scott. Yeah, it's only kind of expensive. For sure. Alright. I can finish this optimization out tomorrow. But I got the hang of multi-draw. That's good. That's wonderful. Tomorrow's gonna be the more complex ones because it has to do with skin meshes, so require a little bit more information, but not much more. It should be a piece of cake. Oh yeah. Hell yes. Oh, that's funny. You can see how everything has been drawn. Yeah, like he drew everything into the shadow buffer right away. And then just a skin mesh separately after that. Yep. And then draw everything here out of single draw call. Very happy. Very happy. So you can see it's still darker, and then comes a skin mesh. Now come other skin meshes for the robots. Now draw separately, but I'll combine it all together. Then we do full screen linear to sRGB. And you can actually see this. You can see a separate pixel here, right? And then next pass will smooth it out. Yeah, and I can see all the anti-aliasing right there. There's a couple frames before, a couple operations before, there was no aliasing of any kind. And then you smooth it out with a pass. Look at that. Look at that. Oh yeah, and then it's drawing UI time. And then it's IMGUI after that, and so on. IMGUI actually has separate calls, separate drawers for menu and stuff. I see. Yeah, I don't do that. For my game UI, everything just boom, one draw call. All the triangles, everything. Absolutely everything. Oh yes, oh yes, it's a big deal. Big day. Alright, that's it for today. 8.5 hours is good enough. I'll try to get on earlier tomorrow. There's no point staying up late. Take care, man. Have fun and be your Vulkan side. I'll usually stream just about every day because I'm full-time game dev. You can see my progress up on YouTube. And if you need to chat, I have a Discord as well, which is discord.gg/Olex, OLEX. That was a big day. A lot of important good fixes. Hell yes. Let's see, make sure everything is checked in. Let's save any kind of map files I made. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy I fixed the colors. It was broken for like months. It was so bad. I just skipped that tone mapping in PBR. No bueno. Oh yes, non-ray tracing mode looks pretty good now. I mean, it might be a little too bright, but I don't know.
Let me show you something.
Why didn't you listen to me?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do drawing direct so hard on everything. Everything will be drawing direct. This will be optimized to the max. To the absolute max. Like maybe instancing will be even faster, maybe. I'll have to see how useful it will be, maybe. Alright.